Wait, what?
My man's in a million dollar.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Who's trying to get on? You got to tell me what you want to hear. I need guidance so I can make something you'll like.
Jay-Z and Alicia Keys.
Oh, okay. It's on some New York shit. Wait, one of y'all got to hold this.
Let's get it, man. You go first.
Yeah. You wanted this rip talking shit, now you laid in the ditch. I'm from Brooklyn, Bushwick, this side just gets. This side B's when you see a G. Back up, motherfucker, now you laying in P.
Like JD Def, your flow is so-so. When shit get thick, don't run to the po-po. Oh, no, you can't fuck with my flow. I fuck around and make you taste the fofo.
I'm a pimp until the day I die. Staying fly, catching a female's eye every time I ride by. Sitting high on the track, cruising in my Rolls voice. The game that I be kicking be getting these hoes points. I'm a pimp by blood, plus that was my only choice. It's me against the world, I got to show them who's born. I'm so cold with the game, I control everything. The women be shining like the baguette of my diamond ring.
I ain't scared, I ain't got nothing to lose. Cause if I don't get put on, then I'm robbing you dudes.
Hey Dave, I gotta make sure I have some cash flow. Niggas get hit and tied up in some tassel.
Cause where I come from, I never read, never will. Brooklyn, New York, my home is Brownsville.
Since my mom is gone and my pop is gone, it's another sad song when the drama is on. Knock, knock.
God damn it. God damn it. Where's the album? Where's the album? Big props to this social media dude right here. He literally just walks around New York making beats right there on the fly. Just making beats. Hands the microphone to people. Are you kidding me? When this dude came on the microphone, it was over, bro.
Rip talking shit, now you laid in the ditch. I'm from Brooklyn, Bushwick, this side just gets. This side B's when you see a G. Back up, motherfucker, now you laying in
this
P.
guy.
Like JD Def, your flow is so-so. When shit get thick, don't run to the po-po. Oh, no, you can't fuck with my flow. I fuck around and make you taste the fofo.
I'm a pimp until the day I die. Staying fly, catching a female's eye every time I ride by. Sitting high on the track, cruising in my Rolls voice. The game that I be kicking be getting these hoes points. I'm a pimp by blood, plus that was my only choice. It's me against the world, I got to show them who's born. I'm so cold with the game, I control everything. The women be shining like the baguette of my diamond ring.
I ain't scared, I ain't got nothing to lose. Cause if I don't get put on, then I'm robbing you dudes.
Hey Dave, I gotta make sure I have some cash flow. Niggas get hit and tied up in some tassel.
Cause where I come from, I never read, never will. Brooklyn, New York, my home is Brownsville.
Since my mom is gone and my pop is gone, it's another sad song when the drama is on.
I'm sweaty,
knock,
it's
knock.
not tears. It's not that good. I'm just sweaty, it's not tears. Welcome back. Number one in the chat is Smash. Number two, it's your boy Woke Patriot, True OG. Welcome to the News Underground. I'm your boy Abandoned Nihilism, the motherfucking realest motherfucker on Twitch. I don't know how to operate any other way. All I know how to do is to make enemies. That's what I do until they kick me off this motherfucker again. So welcome to the News Underground. Oh my God, dude. Yo, go to a doctor, bro. Come on, man. Nut up. Go to a doctor. I know it sucks. I know you didn't want to do that shit today. I mean, you better be icing it up, dude. Like, icing, like, full medical attention on that bitch. If not, dude, you better not be walking around trying to finish your project. That is no good. That is no good. No bueno. Hey, Smash. Come on. Surely you have more important things to do with your day. Okay. Try to do something productive at least. All right. Help me out here. We cannot just be watching me. There's got to be other shit to do. All right. I got so much fucking shit to do. I mean, like, it's unbelievable. You're talking to a guy who's sewn up his own knife wounds. All right. All right. I know you're a hardcore motherfucker. Okay. I know you're a hardcore motherfucker, but you're not Superman. You don't have X-ray eyes. You don't know if that shit's been fractured, if the bones got a crack in it or not. Okay. All right. But you know what you're doing. Bring the swelling down, right? Smoke up, you know. You got to do something for the pain. Weed doesn't do shit for pain, though. When I'm in a lot of pain, I oftentimes don't like to smoke because, like, it does nothing. It was a big lie from the beginning. I need weed for my pain. Doesn't work on me, at least. Like, I need legitimate, like, aspirin, Tylenol, morphine. Like, I need the good shit to make pain go away. I remember last time I was in severe pain was with my kidney stones. Holy fucking shit, dude. That truly is unbelievably painful. I can't stress that enough, man. All right. So let's talk about a different kind of pain. It's going down in Bricktown. I remember talking about that. Marijuana will kill you. Yeah, so will incel virginity. Okay, get them. No, not really. Not really. No, marijuana is not good for you. It's good for your soul, but it's not good for your body. Anyway, welcome back, Davey. It's good to see you. Why ain't I dead? True that. I mean, it's one of the better vices to have, but I'm not going to sit here and defend it like, oh, it's good for you. I'm not one of those motherfuckers. Hello, my favorite left-wing shills. Hope you're doing good. I got my check. How about you? You got your check from, what is it, Caravan? What is it, Carousel? Chorus? I got my chorus check. Thanks, BTC. Thanks. They gave me $50. I didn't get the 8. I asked for the 8,000. They gave me $50. No, see, that's the thing about me, though. This is why you're tuning in, right? Because there's no fucking way I would take money, and 2, there's no fucking way they'd want to give me money, right? Fucking 5 minutes into the interview with BTC, I'd be talking about some shit he doesn't want to talk about after we got through the niceties. Well, Smash, come on, guys. Smoking is bad, but hardcore conservative virginity is also, I would argue, worse than smoking weed, dude. Are you getting laid? You got yourself a partner? You guys have a girlfriend, boyfriend, Davey? Okay, that's step 1 to opening the third eye over here, is opening your butthole. I'm just kidding. All right, so I wanted to follow up. Let's do a little world news right off the bat. I don't identify as leftist. Shut the fuck up, Davey. Shut the fuck up. I'm going to time your ass out 5 seconds into you getting here. I'm not a leftist. After your party, your side, is implementing overt fascism in every direction, you're still hanging on to your ideology like a fucking raft. It's pathetic. It's pathetic. You couldn't be more fucking wrong in almost everything when it comes to your conservative ideology. Yeah, I know you voted, but you voted for Kamala in your own weird, twisted way. But don't be pretending like conservatism is worth saving. Okay? Don't be pretending like this shit is worth salvaging. This shit's gotta go. This shit's gotta go. It's anti-human. It doesn't give a shit about human beings. Conservatism. Big props to HP Shorty. We're going to listen once again to the Greatest Hits Volume 2. You know I just can't help myself. So I wanted to follow up with, we talked about this last stream, this absolutely tragic example of extreme corruption. This train station that was built. 13 or more people beneath this massive, gaudy, brutalist cement awning. Why is it cement? What is it even holding up? Right? It's ridiculous. But it was like, well, that's just the material that we had. So this 100 bazillion fucking pound Looney Tunes style, Mario Brothers style thing. Just look what happens, man. Whole thing just fucking right there. Kills 13 people instantly. Children. Davey, it's not just Trump. That's what you got to get through your skull, man. You got this nostalgia for a thing that never existed, never will exist. It's the entire goddamn institution. It's not just Trump. As soon as Trump is dead, J.D. Vance is going to kick it in double time, dude. He's going to go MAGA times 2. He's going to go fucking Super Saiyan in that bitch. Only thing he's going to correct is the neoliberal economics, because then everybody gets rich, including Peter Thiel, to bankroll their fucking anti-human agenda. They're anti-liberty, anti-democracy, and you still sit on their fucking sidelines carrying their water. It's fucking pathetic. Much like the corruption in Serbia. Get them. That's how we transition. That's how the pros do it. So anyway, 10 months after this tragedy, people are still demanding change, still getting in the streets. They are not letting the government forget, because it's not just the awning. It's everything. Everything this government's built for the last 10 fucking years or longer. Everything. Right, so people are getting out here. Yeah, exactly, Sundry, exactly. He's got blonde hair. He's got a beautiful couch at home. But no, look at this, look at this. You know, it's incredibly tragic. People getting out here still remembering, because it's absolutely brutal what happened. We're talking tons of cement landing directly on top of a fucking child. Happens every day in Gaza. But here they are in Serbia, standing up. Probably gonna get DMCA'd for this corny ass song. But here they are, standing up, still getting in the streets 10 months later, protesting, demanding change. And quite frankly, we need to get in the same mood. You know, by hook or by crook, it's going to happen, because either out of knowledge, out of, you know, knowing what's happening and knowing you need to stop it, or out of desperation, because you got nothing left to fucking lose. Oh, blase, it's a nightmare. JD Vance is the fucking nightmare we need to be worried about, man. I got an interview I need to show everybody. Just this smiling fascist is gonna double down. Yeah, Davey, I know. Look, to Davey's credit, okay, Davey deserves being the punching bag today. He came in, he walked in the door and said, "Punch me in the face." But to Davey's credit, he is not MAGA. He's a weird version of a conservative. But you're also watching, come on, man, don't make me bring him up. All right? You're watching too much of that shit. You're nodding your head way too often to that motherfucker. Got your brain all scrambles up in there, motherfucker. I'm the one smoking weed. You're the one embracing nihilism. Wanted to turn over to Indonesia real quick. Shit's going down. This was 7 days ago posted, but turmoil, protests and turmoil in Indonesia. I think this is them burning down a government building. Yeah, set fire to a parliament building in Jakarta. So this is in Indonesia. Like this, you know. How many hours do you think Morning Joe spent talking about Jakarta? Right? How many? Be real, my God. Be real.
In Indonesia, tensions have reached a breaking point as
Welcome
protests
back,
sweep
around,
across the capital.
Indeed.
Thousands of demonstrators are on the streets demanding change and expressing anger over government policies.
This motherfucker's putting all
The
this
Parliament
ice in my
building
shit,
has
dude.
become the centre of the unrest. Security forces deployed armoured vehicles
Why
and
do I order
barricades,
large?
but clashes
Rip-off.
quickly escalated.
Doing well,
In
guys.
the chaos, parts of the Parliament building were set on fire, sending thick smoke into the sky and symbolising the protesters' fury. Lawmakers were forced to suspend sessions, and
go.
authorities are now scrambling to secure
So
the area.
I'm not going to say, hey, this is awesome, because this is definitely not the direction you want to go in. Yeah, no, isn't that great? He shut down anti-science because, as you know, because he wants to perpetuate his evil. He wants cancer to be cured, so evil people can continue to live. The guy says Hitler's awesome, and he's never mea culpa. He still thinks Hitler's awesome. Come on, Davey. Come on, man. You're watching too much of that motherfucker. I swear to God, man. It shows. It's, you know how like a meth smoker starts to look all fucked up, right? It shows. Yeah, Gaius. I tried not to say his name over here, but Dave, he's watching too much of this guy. Way too fucking much, man. It shows.
Protesters claim their voices have been ignored for too long, while the government stresses it is trying to restore calm. Despite the flames and heavy police...
Hey, Davey, what do you think about the immigration situation, huh? Nick Fuentes loves it. There's no way Nick Fuentes doesn't absolutely love the immigration, ICE kidnapping brown people and dumping them, right? You down for that too? You think that's really great? Well, technically they're here illegal, so they gotta go. They gotta go. They had no choice but to rip that child out of a mother's hand and kidnap her, send her to Alligator Alcatraz. No choice. Shouldn't have broke the law. Is that what you want to say? Because that's Nick Fuentes. And if it isn't, I'd be shocked. He's over here, Nick Fuentes over here defending brown immigrants? Yeah, right.
Presence, demonstrators remained defiant, chanting slogans, waving banners, and vowing not to back down.
That's good.
With Parliament set ablaze and anger still running high, the protests in Indonesia mark a critical moment.
Yeah.
What unfolds in the coming days could reshape the nation's political landscape.
Oh, shit. Well, okay. Emojis, hearts, right. Okay. Awesome. Lee. Dab on it, like and subscribe. Well, there we go. People are angry about few job opportunities, high living costs, and new housing perks for MPs. Oh, isn't that great? They're giving themselves perks. Everybody else in fucking squalor. Get used to seeing this, folks. Clashes with police have spread to other cities, raising fears of more unrest. What we are getting with Trump is a third world dictatorship. Right? So we can expect this kind of behavior in our country. Had to show you this. This is out of Norway. This is like a nightmare. If you know this, I hope is this AI generated? This is unbelievable. Look at this entire chunk of Earth break free from the continent, and like the scale is nuts. It looks fake. The video is sped up, by the way. The video is sped up. No, but Davey, he says he's failed on mass immigration because he's not deporting enough people. That's his argument. He's a fucking monster. He's saying he's not doing it fast enough. Our country is a democracy. They won't vote for it. What a laughable thing for a little fascist to say. He's got his own twisted version of democracy. That's what he's talking about, Davey. He's not talking about true liberty and democracy for all. Stopping the inflow of illegal immigrants. Well, objectively, Trump has done that. People are absolutely terrified to come in here, even totally legal people. But illegal immigration has gone way down because of the militarized situation. So there you go. He did it. Wow. Great job, Trump. By the way, what's the fentanyl looking like? I bet you the fentanyl's still flowing in like fucking water. First, we need to stop the bleeding. And you see, that's the thing. Inherently, it's bleeding. You know, brown people coming into the country, bleeding. Great replacement. Oh, Nick Fuentes' lily white skin getting infected by the brown demon. We got to stop the bleeding. Fash bullshit dressed up as common sense. Holy shit. You're in too fucking deep, dude. Where's my boy Leon? Flannel got, along with 9 people on a fucking dinghy with enough fentanyl to destroy America 600 times over. Yeah, I know. Smash. Great point. Welcome back, good guy Dari. Yesterday I talked to a Democrat. They were so rude. They called me a cunt and a horrible person because I disagree with him politically. Okay. Are you trying to say that represents all Democratic socialists? I mean, I will say this. Democratic socialists are leftists with principles. And you start talking about dehumanizing. You start talking about fuck the poor. You start talking about we got to make sacrifices. Right? No. Absolutely not. There's a lot of red lines that we need to be drawing and defending them. So it really does depend, Meister. It really does depend. Need to stop the Nazi cold? Yeah, ain't that the fucking truth?
Luigi, #1.
Very rude. Okay, what the fuck ever. I'm getting pissed now. I don't even know you. I don't even know what's going on. I don't know what you talked about, and I'm getting pissed at you. Very rude. I just said we should deport illegals. Ah, there it is. Okay, excellent. You know, I've been wanting to do this. I can't do it to Davey. but I'm going to take out my anger on this piece of crap. There we go. Perfect. Bye-bye. Oh, little backdraft. Second one. Tried to crawl back up the pipe there. Nope. You should watch him more on your off time. I'd rather fucking die. Okay. I think I have a clip in here somewhere, a Nick Fuentes clip. Speaking of dangerous ignorance, let's switch on over to RFK. You know I've been talking about RFK for a while. Okay, hold on. Yeah, here we go. The man is a danger to like humanity. He's legitimately putting us all in danger. If you're an American, you're being put in danger. Right. Well, simply Steve. Right. Spell check. I like your new icon, Simply Steve. Davey says you're gonna die. So let's just dig into it. I got a bunch of stuff before we get to the RFK grilling clips. Trump's new plan for Medicare: let AI decide whether you should be covered or not. This Gizmodo article basically talks about, just like they're doing with everything else, plugging in Palantir, trying to nitpick every little thing, cutting people out. There's an article I have somewhere in here. I couldn't find it. I was trying to put them together. I literally couldn't find it. Maybe I don't have it. But they're literally setting up a government incentive program to give bonuses to these companies that find people and kick them off Medicare. Like the whole system is working against us now, even more so than it was. And soon they're going to have, this AI situation. It's really only going to be like you're going to qualify 1 month, and then 1 month, then the other month you're not going to qualify, and it's going to be just ba 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 ba. Everything is going to be very dependent. Oh, we saw that you ate an extra sandwich on Tuesday. I mean, it really can. They can see everything. They know everything. Oh, we saw that you spent an extra $10 on entertainment, so we're going to kick you off Medicare for 1 month. Absolute nightmare. This is what Palantir is this is the plan. Make us all renters, make us all serfs. And honestly, it's this is what's going to get people in the streets. I can tell you that. If you want to read the full article, it's right here. We're going to keep it moving though. I have so much fucking shit to cover. Here's a little snippet from the interview. Senator Bill Cassidy asked him, do you agree with me that President Donald Trump deserves the Nobel Prize for Operation Warp Speed? This was the amazing vaccine program that within 10 months, roughly, we had a working vaccine. And if you know anything about vaccines and medical, it takes 5-10 years sometimes to go through the whole approval process. And Donald Trump was like, oh, what do you mean? It's like it was perfect for Donald Trump. Yeah, cut all the red tape. It's pass legislation and no safety concerns. Go absolutely bananas. Let the private companies do whatever they want. So that's what Operation Warp Speed was, a massive deregulation, right? No checks and balances. That's fine. But in this case, it was the right thing to do. Cut through all the red tape. Let the professionals handle it. They know how to make vaccines. They know how to test them for safety. So he goes, RFK, absolutely. And then Bill Cassidy's like, but you just told Senator Bennett that the COVID vaccine killed more people than COVID, right? Because he's fear-mongering about COVID while also trying to say Donald Trump deserves all the credit for the vaccine program. I don't know. Evil never dies, dude. Evil never dies. These guys are never going to, I'm just like, we need to operate as if these guys are immortal. Because in a way, they kind of are. History is rhyming here, right? The fascism is rhyming. Donald Trump has intentionally picked incompetent people because once they get into power, it becomes like a way to hold them in place. They're going to double down on their ignorance, and they're going to be too afraid to fight back, or else they'll lose this position that they know damn well they shouldn't be sitting in. Right? As long as they're loyal. I'm reading your chat, by the way, here. It's so fucking... Yeah, I agree, Gaius. So we're going to cover that. But here's another one here. The budget you proposed will cut $1.7 billion from Alzheimer's research. We've not cut any clinical trials on Alzheimer's. There were 35 and you've already cut 13 of them. So, I mean, he's legitimately, but everyone else in the Trump administration, they're taking a cue from Trump. Trump's probably advising them to do this, but they're just embracing lying completely. No shred of truth, no shred of evidence, right? My interpretation. And if they're finally called out, if they're cornered, it's fake. You're using fake numbers. You're using fake metrics. You're part of a cabal to destroy me and my movement, et cetera, et cetera. They got it all locked in. Next tweet here. I don't know who this fucking guy is. Calls himself SARS-CoV-2. I don't know. Says he's got CDC sources. I don't know, man. I'm not NBC over here. Okay, I'm not Al Jazeera. What do I look like? The A fucking P? I'm not associated to any press. But here we go. Some guy who calls himself COVID on Twitter or Blue Sky. Some rando. Exactly. But you know what? Here we go. I'm going to do it anyway. What is this? What do you? Yeah, give me some fucking money, and then we can talk about professionalism. But anyway, some guy on Blue Sky who says he has CDC sources. They said RFK Jr. has ordered officials to hide tuberculosis cases, even as 3 active TB cases were just reported in Maine. He's also suppressing bird flu reports. Pandemics don't start with viruses; they start with secrecy. RFK Jr. must resign now. So pretty interesting stuff here. Pretty in line with what we've already seen, but conjecture. Shut the hell up, Davey. I'm about to give your ass the fucking boot. You came in here for a slapping, and I'm about to fucking deliver. On to the next one here. The fig economy. So this one's conjecture, but this one's about personal stuff. So my dad messaged me and said we went to get his COVID shot, and apparently Medicare isn't covering them anymore. I hadn't heard this before. I'm sorry, the image is blurry. I hadn't heard this before, and if that's broadly true, a bunch of elderly people are going to opt out of shots on account of cost and subsequently, die. This is a good one. Maybe it happened, maybe it didn't. It feels real. By the way, these are all the other two are on Blue Sky. Ken Klippenstein over here. What are you doing giving Elon Musk $5 a month? You think you're helping yourself in the algorithm, Ken? Get off the subscription, dude. Okay? Come on, Ken. Anyway, this is pretty funny though. Asked a German woman why Germany produced so many legendary physicists and mathematicians, and her response was basically, have you considered educating people who aren't rich? I never really thought about that, right? There is this kind of association of like rich people being smart, right? They're just, better at everything. They just, that's why they're there. In actuality, they're some of the dumbest people, especially the children, especially the kids. Oh, yeah, that's the link that I posted minutes ago. Another one here, recipe for disaster, according to Raw Story. Health experts terrified Florida just unleashed a wave of disease. So here it comes. The quack science is taken over. And I don't get it, because these guys get diseases. The money and the power doesn't shield them from this shit. They get this shit. I don't get it. Their kids get sick. You know what I mean? I don't get this shit. This is like when they deregulate food, and they're like, yeah, no, but then they eat fast food and stuff, they slum it out. So yeah, I'm one of the people responsible for increasing the allowed amount of fecal content in our burgers. You mean it's not 0? Oh no, it's like 17 or something. I brought it. It was like 10% before I brought it up to 7. Well, they bankrolled my campaign last year. Had to do it. Nom 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 nom. It goes all the way back to the Marquis de Sade and the dinner with the poop. And okay, we won't get into it. In a decision that has terrified medical professionals, Florida's Surgeon General announced Wednesday that he would seek to end all childhood vaccine requirements in the state, which he compared to, quote-unquote, slavery. So I have the clip here. I'll show it to you. Currently, Florida requires children to be immunized against deadly diseases like measles, mumps, chickenpox, polio, hepatitis, and hepatitis to attend public school. We all went through this. Yeah, I mean, Sabercat, Vosh is okay. Vosh and Hassan, they're okay, right? It's like grain of salt. They're okay. Vosh, sometimes Vosh, I just can't listen to the guy. It's like, you know, I don't know. He really comes off as like, I know everything, and it turns me off a little bit. But then on the other side of things, like Hassan is like a lunkhead. Oh, bro, crazy every fucking 5 minutes. So you got to take it all with a grain of salt. Anyway, these guys are like, let's do it. No immunizations for any of this. This stuff will come back. Measles, mumps, chickenpox, polio, hepatitis. Welcome back, Ear Tubing. Nada of Canada, it's the right. Don't try that both sides bullshit in here. Just see yourself out. Honestly, don't try it. I know you're gonna both sides, nihilism, political nihilism. Except you swing right. Except you support right-wing ideology, right? Every fucking time. Do we even need to get into it? Just show yourself out. Exactly. I know exactly who you are. Please see yourself the fuck out. Embrace political nihilism, but then, quietly support right-wing ideology. No, fuck off. With your both sides. That ain't centrism. That's defeatism. At a press conference alongside, so I'm going to show you this clip here. Yeah, here, I'll show you. Let me find it. It's pretty gross shit, I got to say. See if I can find this here. Oh, man, I don't have it? Fuck, dude. Fuck. I got it in the Discord here. In 1 second. It's early in the Discord. It's somewhere in the U.S. section. I must have put it there. I should have put it in this. He's got a big smile on his face. It's actually hilarious the way he delivered. Yeah, here it is right here.
Well, speaking of that.
Oh, I do have it. That's okay. Yeah, that is here. Okay. I was looking at, this one right here. See, I'm a professional. Leave me alone. All right, here we go. Look at this.
Speaking of vaccines, the Florida Surgeon General today announced they're moving to end all vaccine mandates in the state. What more do we know about that?
Yeah, this just happened. The Surgeon General had a press conference, and some of the language he used to justify his reason for eliminating these.
I thought Aquapilled was just being a hardcore fan of the early 2000s synth pop band Aqua that sang the song I'm a Barbie Girl. I thought that's what Aquapilled was. I'm sorry.
Vaccine mandates is disturbing. Let's take a listen.
Who am I to tell you what your child should put in your body?
No, there's no historic precedence for why we do vaccines. There's no reason why we target school children and make sure that young people have these vaccines. There's no historical context or reasons for anything. It's just tyranny. It's just literally wokeism. That's why it's happening. Don't think, don't look, don't read. Ignore decades of history as to why we implemented these vaccine programs in the first place, why we made sure school children weren't giving it to each other, ignore everything, and embrace straight up stupidity. That's what this is. Nova Writer, how is everything in Nazi fucking Germany here? Let me show you.
Who am I to tell you what your child should put in your body?
Yeah.
I don't have that right. Your body is...
He almost fucking said it. He almost said your body, your choice. He almost fucking said it, for God's sakes. The ironic thing is, of course, they don't believe in that at all. They think a woman should be a sex slave who's kidnapped, trapped in the house through a contract called marriage, literally illegal for them to leave it without the permission of the husband, must be 100% slavishly obsessed with the man. Okay. And All for God. It's all about God. God, God, God.
A gift from God. What you put into your body, is because of your relationship with your body and your God.
Goodbye.
I don't have that right. Government does not.
You listen to this fucking nerd over here. The right wing definitely embraces a large range of ideas. What the fuck are you? I mean, that's a lie. That's a fucking lie. To defend a decrepit ideology called conservatism that locks off ideas, that does not embrace new ideas. There's nothing new about authoritarian fucking fascism. There's nothing new about what the Conservative Party is delivering. Are you kidding me? More unpredictable and crazy. Yeah, some of these ideas are crazy. Yeah, they're crazy because we tried them before in fucking Germany. Tried that shit before, and every fucking authoritarian government has tried this shit. Locking shit down with police. Removing liberty. Installing quacks and partisans who don't know what they're doing and are not qualified for their positions to then make these incredibly important decisions, just like fucking Stalin embraces a large range of ideas. Wrong, intentionally wrong, I would say, because you're not fucking stupid, Davey. So you know what you're doing. You're trying to put that lipstick on a pig, trying to reframe what's happening. The conservative movement is regressive, not progressive. That's not punk rock. Nick Fuentes isn't saying anything new. It's crypto-fascism 101, and you're falling for it. Large range of ideas. My dick. The fuck out of here. The fuck are these fucking fucks? The fuck out of here. No. 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 I don't use empirical evidence to make my conclusions. No. You need to respect my feelings. My myth is my truth, and that means you need to respect it. How about no, bitch? How about get the fuck out of here? Because this is what we're getting out of this nonsense we're seeing in the chat. This is what we see when those ideologies become government. This right here, right now, on the screen.
That right.
He likened the vaccine mandates to slavery. And that's what is getting a lot of attention here in that press conference. The vaccine mandates in Florida include vaccines for measles, polio, chickenpox, hepatitis B. And he can outright apparently eliminate some of those vaccine mandates, and others have to go to the legislature, through the legislature. It's not clear which.
Yeah, stickers. Nick Fuentes is a fucking traitor, dude. He's a fucking anti-American fascist, okay? And he's what his argument is, the reason why he's angry at Trump is that he saw an opportunity of a forever fascist dictatorship. And he thinks Trump is fucking dropping the bag. Right? Fumbling the bag. He thinks this is a great opportunity for Hitler 2.0, and he thinks Trump is dropping the fucking bag, dude. He thinks he's fumbling it. That's why he's pissed. That's why he seems counter to what MAGA is doing. That's why he disagrees with Trump so much, because he sees this as an opportunity for a real fascist dictatorship, and he sees Trump as fucking that up. Now, I predict Nick Fuentes is going to be a big fan of J.D. Vance. I think right now he's got criticism for J.D. Vance, but I think once he sees J.D. Vance and how he's the smart fascist, I think Nick Fuentes is going to be all on board for that shit. So anyway, people of Florida, if you send when you send your kids to public school, they could get mumps, they could get measles, which, by the way, we had the first measles death in like, I don't know how many years, just recently. Chicken pox, polio, and hepatitis. So if you're a Floridian, living in Florida, you got kids, go ahead and send your kids in there. Oh, no, well, we cured it. We cured it. How did we cure it, Mr. Anti-Vax? How did we cure it, Mr. Strawman Anti-Vax? How did we cure it? With a robust vaccine program. With a robust vaccine program, well-funded, robust vaccine program, the ones like we're cutting. The ones that we're cutting. So that's why they're cured and we no longer have to worry about them. Because, by the way, they're not fucking cured. There's nothing, no disease in the history of mankind has ever been cured, okay? The nature of nature, it evolves. It changes. We build an immunity to it. It changes and then bounces off. So chickenpox is still out there. It's just we're currently immune to it. You know, there's some thought experiments you can do, like when talking about like things like theoretical things like time travel. Like, what if we brought someone from the past? Well, it would actually, they would likely die very quickly from a bunch of preventable diseases because they wouldn't have all those, you know, immunizations that we've had our entire lives, that, you know, that we've evolved into. So you bring someone in from 300 years ago, they get like fucking chickenpox and they die. Right? So like one of the first things you would have to do if you brought someone in from the past is you would have to quarantine them and slowly immunize them and bring their, you know, expose them very slowly to the rest of the world until they can actually, you know, walk into a room and not die, right, you know, and not catch the common cold and then like have like the worst cold that he's ever had in his life and then he dies. No, get rid of all of it. And I honestly don't get it. Because are these rich people going to stop vaccinating their children? Hell no. Hell no. Hell no. This is for poor people exclusively. So, you know, there's going to be some loophole or something that they're going to work out, right? Some guy that they know in Brazil or something. Who video that destroys all the bullshit was made happy accidents that saved trillions of people. Oh my God, what is this?
A deadly disease called smallpox spread among people.
I mean, look, we don't. Thank you for this link, Sabercat. You know, it's unbelievable, right? That we're even having this debate. We know germs are real. We know vaccinations are a safe thing. Okay, you know, there's like 1 out of a million has like some problem with, you know, with vaccinations. You know, that's why you got to wait 15 minutes, right? You might win the vaccine lottery and have some kind of reaction. We don't need to rehash this. We know that we know what side we're on. We're on the side of science on this. This isn't you know, yes, is Big Pharma a money-making monster? Yes, but does it make sense for them, for their company, for their business, for their image, to be killing their customers actively like these fucking freaks like RFK wants to? Oh, they're trying to get you. They're trying to get you, fill you with a bunch of chemicals. The guy used to do heroin, by the way. Exclusive: RFK Jr. in the White House buried a major study on alcohol and cancer. So here we go. More of this. God, you know, he just makes these fucking faces, dude. Yeah, Sabercat. Yeah. Most Americans still don't know that alcohol can cause cancer, and the alcohol industry is working hard to make sure it stays that way. So, you know, let the industry, it's corruption. It's bizarre. His quackery, he's pushing his quackery while also deregulating and letting companies poison away, go crazy. It's really quite wild how him and Trump have a lot of similarities, right? They were born in this kind of dynasty. They were born to money, silver spoon, surrounded by people who, you know, didn't want to say no, who wanted to be in their orbits, right? So, like, because like this guy's a kook. He's an absolute kook. Debunked, completely debunked by anybody who actually knows what they're talking about. Okay. So this was censored. Literally, this was not censored when I put it in here like an hour ago. Fucking Reddit, man. All right, so let's get to some of these clips here. Here's that one. I read it out. I should have just showed you the clip here because it is pretty good. And, you know, I need to point this out. This whole setup is seemingly to benefit the person being asked questions. The whole setup, like with the timer, everything is really tightly timed. You can't, you don't have enough time to follow up. You barely have enough time to drill down on any one issue. And I get it. There's a lot of people, a lot of questions, but it benefits the liar, because all the liar has to do is lie over and over and over again. And it just turns the whole thing into, there's no enforcement. There's no way, there's no even though they like swear an oath and everything. And there's, Steve Bannon, that's why he was sent to jail, contempt of court. But it's not enough. It's clearly not enough, because they just blatantly lie.
Because of Operation Warp Speed, forcing the federal government to come to a vaccine development within 10 months when others said it couldn't be done. We saved millions of lives globally, trillions of dollars. We reopened economies, an incredible accomplishment. Mr. Secretary, do you agree with me that the president deserves a Nobel Prize for Operation Warp Speed?
Yeah, absolutely, Senator. That was phenomenal.
So let me ask you. But you just told Senator Bennett that the COVID vaccine killed more people than COVID.
Wait,
that was a statement.
I did not say that.
Okay, then let me ask.
See, he's literally quoting him, but there's nothing you can do. There's no like, okay, you get 1 year in jail for literally contradicting yourself. Okay, would you like to take it back? Here's the statement that you made. Like, you should be able to hit the pause on the timer and say that was a lie, punishable by 1 year. Here is literally the quote that you made 15 minutes ago. 15 minutes ago. Here's the quote from 15 minutes ago. Would you like to rescind that lie and agree with my statement previous? Okay, yeah. I don't really want an instant year in jail. Yeah, okay. I did say that 15 minutes ago. Right? There's no enforcement. He's lying. He's just lying. I didn't say that. Okay, and they just like, okay. Well, maybe I'm mistaken. Maybe
COVID.
Wait,
that was a statement.
I did not say that.
Okay, then let me ask, because you also...
Senator, I just want to make clear, I did not say that.
We'll check the record.
See, we'll check the record. He's looking at the fucking quote on the page, man. And he's still like, oh, I'm so spineless. And just roll over me.
Question of fact. You also said that you were also, as lead attorney for the Children's Health Defense, you engaged in multiple lawsuits attempting to restrict access to the COVID vaccine. Again, it surprises me that you think so highly of Operation Warp Speed when, as an attorney, you attempted to restrict access.
And yeah, the weird fucking grumbly mouth noises that you hear is RFK. He was doing that throughout the whole thing. He sounds like he's going to keel over and die. It's beyond ironic that this man's in charge of health. Not only is he a kook, but he himself is like held together with chemicals and modern medical science. Yeah, they're gonna give him they're gonna give Rudy a fucking Medal of Honor or whatever, because he's the Presidential Medal of Freedom, because he's about to die because he got into a car crash. Cenk Uygur was saying, I don't really give a shit, because, the presidential medal, in Trump's first term, he gave the Presidential Medal of Freedom to a bunch of corrupt assholes. Yeah, I know. Bieber, he's like one of those pugs that like genetically, like their lungs are, they're like, they can't breathe properly. Welcome back, Ribbons. Now, it's, and look, once again, we need to remember this. This is part of fascism. This is an intentional element of fascism, putting incompetent people in charge. Sorry, got some fun kids out there running by on their little scooters or whatever. But no, the incompetence is, it's a fucking battery-powered four-wheeler, bro. That shit is rad as... I was so jealous of those kids. So jealous. I can't wait to buy one for my son. I'm going to, of course, have to have some kind of remote control over it because he's blind, right? But I can't wait until he can enjoy something like that. It's going to be a lot of fun. I'm going to get him the best one, dude. I'm going to get him the fucking sickest one. It's going to have a turbojet. It's going to fly. It's going to hover. It's going to have laser beams. I'm going to fucking shoot people. Wasn't me. It was my blind son. What do you mean? Come on. What do you mean he's blind? He can't hit nothing. Wasn't me. I'm sorry. What are we talking about? look, you got to have dreams, all right? All right, so here's the next clip. Kind of, maybe. Maybe. Will I write it at least once? Maybe once. Cenk is actually a Saudi shill via Qatar. I don't know about the shill shit. I don't, because look, man, if you watch TYT, they rail against some shit. But then again, so it's not so much about what they talk about, it's the stuff that they don't talk about. Kind of similar to BTC, very similar to Dave Pacman, right? And I didn't really notice that until this scandal came out. And we're going to talk about the scandal. We're going to follow up for the third time, hopefully last time, on this donor scandal. I think I've gotten off the fence and made a decision. But at the same time, we can't throw the baby out with the bathwater with TYT, okay? They're on TV, okay? They're on Samsung Plus. They're on Roku, okay? And when you tune in 95% of the time, 95% of the time, it's straight democratic socialist style politics. It really is. It's progressive. And then, but there's that other, then Anna Kasparian does an interview with Madame Albright, and they speak positively about Dave Smith without getting into his history of posting pedophilia, and advocating for lowering the age of consent. And Cenk Uygur is always trying to make this argument that is correct, but it's also weird in how he makes the argument about how we can't just completely ignore right-wingers when it comes to policy, right? What we need to be is emphatic about giving these people options, about giving these people health care and giving their kids education, and making their wages higher and lowering their taxes if they're middle class and below. Right? We can't just ignore those millions of people that are conservative, right? The Davies, etc. Right? Even though that they hate us, even though they want to claim that we're demons, some of them do. We need to acknowledge that not all of them are like that, even if they do support. That's weird because they vote for the people, but they don't necessarily agree with all the most bloodthirsty stuff, right? It's weird and complicated, and I do agree, and that's what this is why I talk about Zoran Mamdani and how he's the template, right? Because he talks about all of New York, he talks about all of America, right? He tries to bring that in. He's never taking an adversarial stance against people, against right-wing people. He makes a principled and adversarial stance against a right-wing ideology, right? Staying principled on that, staying principled on human rights. But he always makes sure to remind people that he's going to try and govern as best as he can for everyone that lives in his region that he's going to be governing, in this case, New York. He's the template, right? He's how we deliver democratic socialism. And that's where Cenk Uygur gets into it. But I don't know, man. He's so ha ha, showed you, ha ha, showed you. You guys see how right we. Anytime a right winger speaks out against Trump, he goes, ha ha, I showed you. It's like, oh my God, okay, we get it, man. All right, so back to this. Thank you, Davey, for bringing us back to the topic. Here is Bernie Sanders and Senator Warren, or is this just Senator Warren? Yeah, this exchange is really something else. Let's not forget who Senator Warren is and what she did to Bernie Sanders, and how, I don't know how he has the motherfucking, thank you, Winston, for that reminder. I don't know how he has the ability to even sit next to this woman after the performance that she did to pay fealty to the neoliberal establishment that threw her to the fucking gallows anyway. Comically, dude, comically. She licked boots and destroyed this man and got dick, dude. I'm sorry, wrong button. Dick. She got nada, nothing, zero out of it. She got to run the Consumer Finance Protection Bureau that has been thoroughly destroyed by Donald Trump, and during Biden was being whittled away. Okay, well, that matters. You're going to have to give me the clip, Davey. You're going to have to give me the clip. But it does matter. I'm not going to sit here and say it doesn't matter if that politician who was accusing him of lying is incorrect, because it does matter. But I would like to see proof. You know what? No, don't bother, Davey. Yeah, sure. That does matter. Does that change my opinion of RFK being incredibly dangerous? No. But it does matter. We should make sure that things are factual, etc. So if he didn't say it, then he didn't say it. Okay. Back over here to this exchange. He said, I don't know how many people were killed. Okay. Davey, do you accept that as an honest answer? You're just being Davey. You're being pedantic, I would assume. You're trying to be factual, which is important. But you wouldn't say, you would agree that that answer is evasive. That answer is wishy-washy. I don't know how many. We do know how many people were actually killed. Okay. Thank you, Davey. I appreciate that. So let's get to Senator Warren here. See, Davey will fuck with you. Davey will confuse you over here. Ask Davey what he thinks about the Second Amendment. He said more people died that have received the vaccine versus people that didn't. He didn't know how to read stats. I mean, it's dishonest, wishy-washy. It's not acknowledging the reality, the grim reality of the situation. Folks, we lived it. We lived that shit. Before that vaccine came along, it was like, whoa, what the fuck? Whoa, dude, I don't want to catch this shit. Forever COVID. Hooked up to a ventilator, saying goodbye to your family on an iPad. We like Bernie, right? Yes, but we're not afraid to criticize Bernie. And honestly, Bernie failed the progressive movement after 2016 when he had a decision to say, I'm the leader of a new movement. Right, that is going to fight against this neoliberal establishment, or I'm going to work within this neoliberal establishment, and that's exactly what he did. Tried to, he help Joe Biden get elected. Was very mild in his criticism of Joe Biden during his 4 years of abject failure, lack of leadership. So, but Bernie Sanders is still Bernie Sanders, right? The new Bernie Sanders, the new hot shit, the new hotness, baby, is Zoran Mamdani, baby. Is motherfucking Zoran Mamdani, baby. Woo! Okay. He has taken the torch. He hasn't even won, and he's taken the torch, okay? But he's that fucking good. Even if he completely loses, he is still the direction that we need to go in, okay? Even if he gets, like, just, like they pull out all the stops, they do something totally illegal and insane, and somehow they get Andrew Cuomo in there, right? Or, God help us, more Eric Adams. He is still the direction we need to go in. So, yeah, Bernie... Let's remember who Bernie is, because Bernie has been consistent for decades. Are we really doing this, Davey? Are we really doing this? Really? How much does Nick Fuentes, fucking noodle arm Nick Fuentes bench? Are we really doing this, Davey? Are you going to embarrass yourself, right, by repeating this absolutely absurd and ridiculous? What about policy? This is Davey, you pretend to give a shit about policy and you want to talk about bench pressing? It's interesting that the conservative in the chat is saying that, because that's exactly what the conservatives want, right? Remember how threatened Donald Trump was of Bernie? The conservative movement in general was of Bernie. It's the same story. Donald Trump was absolutely ecstatic that he was up against Hillary Clinton. He was absolutely ecstatic that he was up against Joe Biden. So isn't it something? Isn't it something that, sorry there, isn't it something? No, isn't it something that the conservative in the chat is like, yeah, it's Gavin Newsom. It's Gavin Newsom. That's who we want to fight. That's who we want to go up against. A guy with a bunch of skeletons in his closet. Now, of course, Zoran Mamdani, not only hasn't won, but, he can't be president. So we need somebody like Graham, I think is Graham Norton. What's his name? Graham something, right? We need more people emulating Zoran Mamdani, born in America. That's the direction we need to go in. But isn't it interesting that the conservative in the chat would much prefer to go up against Gavin Newsom, right? Because that's exactly what they want to go up against. Corrupt neoliberal, who has a history of all kinds of corruption, right? All kinds of material. Don't want to go up against a democratic socialist that's embracing populism. That's a nightmare. That's a nightmare. They do not want to go up against Zoran Mamdani. Absolutely not. They definitely want a Gavin Newsom. Yeah, 100%. Is Gavin Newsom in the contention to be picked by the DNC establishment as the next, as their next candidate for president? Yes. Yeah, him, Pete Buttigieg, and maybe Tim Walz or someone, right? There's like 3 or 4 that they're looking over. But yeah. Pretty cool Gen X take Democrats anymore. Michael Dukakis candidates and maybe Donald Pleasance from Escape from New York as president. Okay. I don't know. Does it have to get to Escape to New York levels of bad before we actually do something about this, guys? You know, folks? Mamdani is just going to be crazy if he doesn't get voted for. No, he's a shoo-in. He's an absolute shoo-in. Unless the only way they're going to do this, even if Eric Adams takes Donald Trump up on his offer to get a job in the administration, to drop out of the race and give all their support to Cuomo, even if he does all that, Mamdani's a shoo-in. He's an absolute shoo-in. How you doing? Hexually active. Ooh, I like that, baby. That's a good name. I'd rather not have a foreigner leading this country. Right. Okay. It's just disgusting stuff. Davey, don't come back. You're banned for the rest of the day. If I see you back in chat, I will just time you out again, I guess. But honestly, if you keep coming back, I might actually have to finally pull the trigger on you. Absolutely disgusting. I'd rather not have a foreigner. America was made great by the foreigners that came to this country and then, made us what we are. What, you got a problem with Irish people being in power, Davey? This is what the Fuentes does to you, man. What is Fuentes doing? Spit polish, putting lipstick on the pig that is the great replacement theory. I'd rather not some weak, piddly, pasty-faced conservative bitch in my chat. I don't want to be replaced by brown people. They're inferior. I'm not racist, though. That's not a racist point of view. It's actually common sense. Do not come back today. You are banned for the rest of the day. And don't make me permaban you. I'm fucking serious. I do not allow overt, disgusting bigotry in my fucking chat. This country is made great by its immigrants. Our blood mixes with immigrants. Disgusting. Thank you, Gaius. You know what? We're going to do it. I do this every so often. I'm sorry. I know we got to get back to Elizabeth Warren. But we're going to do it right now. We're going to listen to something by Emma Lazarus, okay? This is an incredibly important poem. This is America, not Nick Fuentes' version. This is America, because if it was up to Nick Fuentes, he would take this off the Statue of Liberty. He'd put some fascist bullshit up about superiority or some shit. Nick Fuentes doesn't believe in the Statue of Liberty, doesn't believe in the New Colossus poem. He believes in some kind of purity that doesn't exist. He's an ignorant fucking fool, and I won't have his advocates, his goddamn defenders in my chat for the rest of the day. I can't fucking stand it. So let's listen.
Not like the brazen giant of Greek fame, with conquering limbs astride from land to land. Here at our sea-washed sunset gates shall stand a mighty woman with a torch, whose flame is the imprisoned lightning, and her name, Mother of Exiles. From her beacon hand glows worldwide welcome. Her mild eyes command the air-bridged harbor that Twin Cities frame. Keep, ancient lands, your storied pomp, cries she with silent lips. Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free.
This is what makes America great.
The wretched refuse of your teeming shore. Send these, the homeless, tempest-tossed, to me. I lift my light beside the golden door.
He's a piece of shit. Have you ever seen feces in a toilet bowl, Nova Ryder? That's what a Nick Fuentes is. Beautiful poem. New Colossus, The New Colossus by Emma Lazarus. This is America, and this is what has made us strong. Okay? Well, here's an idea. Let's be bigoted and racist exclusively to Nick Fuentes. Not because he's Cuban, just him specifically. Let's pass laws that say Nick Fuentes is fucking banned. Right? Not because of his ethnicity, just because of who he is. Let's just ban the motherfucker. Kick him out. Kick him out. To space. Exile him to space. I'm the realest motherfucker on Twitch. Let's keep it 100%. Back to RFK. This exchange with Elizabeth Warren is really something else.
Let's clear this up right now, Secretary Kennedy. Will you tell America that all adults and all children over 6 months of age are eligible to get a COVID booster at their local pharmacy?
Did you listen to this, man? Yeah, these noises you hear are him.
Today.
Anybody can get the booster.
Lie.
I'm sorry?
Anybody can get it, Senator.
Anybody. So you're saying that is now the official rule of HHS.
Thank you for looking this up on
Anybody
ChatGPT,
is eligible to get a booster by just walking into the pharmacy.
It's not recommended for healthy people.
No. If you don't recommend, then the consequence of that in many states is that you can't walk into a pharmacy and get one. It means insurance companies don't have to cover the $200 or so cost. As Senator Dr. Cassidy said, you are effectively denying people vaccines.
Yeah. So, I read you that tweet from that guy who was like, my dad went to go get one. And they were like, yeah, we can't do that right now. We can't provide that for you right now. We don't know who's going to pay for it. We don't know if we're charging it. We don't know if we're going to be providing it now. And RFK effectively removed his ability to get that shot. And he's like, well, no, technically he could get on a plane and go to a different state or go to a different city, or maybe he could drive around and ask people for one. Technically, he could maybe get one somewhere, some way, somehow. So I didn't take it away from him.
I'm going to recommend a product for which there's no clinical data for that indication. Is that what I should be doing?
What you should be doing is on...
And of course, because he's denying the science, because in his reality, these things are illegitimate. So he's like, I wouldn't make recommendations on things that are unsafe. Would you? By the way, we should give the guy who warp-speeded this creation Nobel Peace Prize for this achievement of killing so many people.
During your promise that you made when you were looking to get confirmed in this job.
You're going like this.
And that is, you promised that you would not take away vaccines from anyone who wanted them. You just changed the classification of the COVID vaccine.
I'm not taking them away from people, Senator.
It takes it away if you can't get it from your pharmacist.
Well, most Americans are going to be able to get it from their pharmacy for free.
See, most. I didn't take it away from anyone, but most will be able to get there. So, this is the hallmark of a liar, right? Because I didn't do that. I didn't take it away from anybody. Well, most people can still get it for free.
Most Americans will be able to get it from their pharmacy for free.
The question is everyone who wants it. That was your promise.
Yeah. No, I never promised that I was going to recommend products with which there is no indication.
When you said...
And I know you've taken $855,000 from pharmaceutical companies, Senator.
Did you hold up a big sign saying that you were lying when you said that? Because you...
She 100% deserves this. She 100% deserves this. Neoliberals taking money from Big Pharma, they deserve to be called out and ridiculed for it.
You are the one who said you would not take them away. Now, Senator Kennedy,
I'm not taking them away from anybody.
Secretary,
you objectively
You want me to indicate a product for which there is no clinical data?
Senator,
Is that
and lie, total lie, plenty of clinical data to support. Most people in this chat have the COVID vaccine right now, right? No, there's no evidence that it's a good thing for people. Hundreds of millions of people walking around with the COVID vaccine, perfectly fine. Well, you're not as healthy as I am. I can see your endochromal issues on the outside of your skin, and your children don't look as delicious as they could be.
what you want?
Secretary Kennedy, you said you wouldn't.
Right. So Sabercat, I did see that. I don't have it lined up, but I assume this is.
Sometimes it feels.
Yeah. So this is. We'll find a different clip for this because this is relevant. Donald Trump has basically come out and said, "Well, vaccines do work," because Donald Trump is in a rock and a hard place. He obviously needs to, keep this ignorance going for the most extreme of his base, I guess. But which I don't think they would really care because they care. They bring it up sometimes. Like Sagar Antonetti still, he was traumatized from having to wear masks. So Sagar Antonetti still doesn't shut up about it. Joe Rogan still doesn't shut up about it. But it's not that big of a deal. But Donald Trump is stuck in a rock and a hard place here because he's like, well, Project Warp Speed was one of my few successes. Anyway, let's get back to this.
And now you did.
I'm not taking them away. Everybody can get access to them.
No, they can't walk into a pharmacy the way they could last month and get access.
It depends on the it depends on the states.
A year ago,
but they can still get it. Everybody can get it. Everybody can get it, Senator.
So look. Let's move on. You clearly are taking away vaccines. I've seen the list for what's coming up next, and that is the agenda for the next season.
Yeah, no, breaking points is not. No. I'm like 50%. Okay. If like TYT, I'm about 70% okay with. Breaking points, I'm about 50.
CDC vaccine panel. And first up is ratifying your COVID actions.
Was that the controversy about Taylor Lorenz? Is that she was anti-vax? Is that it?
Second,
Midas touch. Well, obviously, supportive, connected to the remnants of the no Trumper movement, the remnants of the classic GOP. And then, of course, their support for everything Gavin Newsom, everything neoliberal establishment. At the same time, they do. I'm about 60% okay with Midas touch. Breaking points about a 50. TYT about a 70. Hassan, I'll give him a 75. Vosh, I'll give him a 65. Destiny gets a 10%. Asmongold gets a negative 100. Get the fuck off my screen immediately %. Anyway.
Is hepatitis B is on the agenda. So should Americans expect you to take away hepatitis vaccine access?
Well, actually, it's not so much their busting balls. It's their it's their support of the neoliberal establishment. That is really the problem. You're not going to see Midas touch getting out there, gushing over Zoran Mamdani, talking about democratic socialism. You're more likely to see Midas touch interview Chuck Schumer,
COVID actions. Second is hepatitis B is on the agenda. So should Americans expect you to take away hepatitis vaccine access as well, even though you promised not to?
They do some good work, though.
As I said, I'm not taking vaccines away from anybody.
Okay, same answer, right? You're just going to deny that when people can't get access, that you're not taking it away. Then let me ask you, is that the same game you're going to play with me?
You want me to, so you want...
No, and that is exactly what they're going to do. Literally, I showed you an example. The Ron DeSantis, his attorney general, or whoever, the guys in charge there, whoever can do it, whoever that guy, what his position was, should probably remember that. But you know, that's exactly what they're doing. Your body, your choice. Oh, I don't want to say that. Oh, that's awkward because I still, you know, we're going to ban abortion. You know, women don't have rights, but I have a right to send my disease-ridden children into school to infect all your other kids. And I don't want any of my taxpayer dollars going into immunizations for anybody. I want everybody to be much as unhealthy as possible, spreading diseases everywhere. Because that's God's way, right? That's how we do it, right? That's how we get that's how we get rid of the weak. Just become, we're all Viltrumites now, right? It's all about strength. It's funny though, because like you can be an incredibly strong, you know, excellent fighter, warrior, strategist, you know, war fighter, but you could have a weak immune system at the same time, right? You could like easily get the common cold, right? So like this whole idea that it's like somehow going to pick the weak from this, you know, the weak from the strong is totally ridiculous. You know, germs affect everybody differently. That's how, you know, it's, germs aren't real. It's
me to recommend every product in the world.
No,
so that without any clinical trial data.
Through on your promises.
Yeah, my promise was to give.
A month ago, we could get COVID vaccines by just walking.
You can still get COVID vaccines, Senator.
You are taking that away.
No, you are still. You can still get the COVID vaccines, and Medicare will still pay for them, and Medicaid will still pay for them.
Head of the CDC that if she refused to sign.
You know who's a 95% in my book? Zateo. Fucking Zateo, bro. That's a 95%. And really the 5% is just because I don't watch every episode and then maybe, you know, maybe there's something I disagree with. That's just a maybe. Right? But you want like a news, you know, source that's like totally on point. Like another good example, 90% Novara Media. I'm about a 90% Novara over here. And really, that the rest of the percentage is just my criticism against anarchists and communists, which they seem to feature quite a bit of. But on top of it, well-sourced academic journalism, amazing interviews with intellectuals and people that are actually important to the discussion. Yeah, so Zateo and Novara Media are way, way up there in terms of my, I don't know, abandoned nihilism rating.
Sign off on your changes to the childhood vaccine schedule that she had to resign?
No, I told her that she had to resign because I asked her, are you a trustworthy person? And she said no. So if you had an employee who told you they weren't trustworthy, would you ask them to resign, Senator?
So I'm sorry, but this is not what she has said publicly. She has said
it's interesting how such stupid people can be such effective manipulators, and it's like it's a talent in and of itself, right? It's like it's something, you know how like talented people can be really stupid at a bunch of other stuff, but you know they can really, you know, smack that ping pong ball or whatever the hell, right? Like they're really good at something. It's really fascinating how like we associate extreme intelligence with being Machiavellian, but it seems like as we can see with RFK and Trump here, it's just a natural kind of God-given talent that they have to scramble people's fucking brains. And you know, because we can agree that there's no intelligence here, right? That this is just a lot of feels, a lot of vibes. A lot of bullshit that he believes because he's surrounded by yes men, and you know, and if he wants to be proven right, he just finds a quack or a discredited person who's saying something that he likes, and then he, you know, cherry picks them. It's just interesting. It's like a natural talent.
Not what she has said publicly.
Greetings from the south of Boston. It's your boy Lenny. Hashtag more Lenny. It's good to see you, dude. Hopefully you're doing well.
She has said.
I'm not surprised about that.
So you're saying she's lying?
Yes.
Right. So this is important here. He's basically saying someone working at the CDC is a liar, right? And does this hold any weight? Does this matter at all? No, not really. He can just say all this stuff, fire this person for no reason, just get away with anything.
Would you ask them to resign, Senator?
So I'm sorry, but this is not what she has said publicly. She has said.
I'm not surprised about that.
So you're saying she's lying?
Yes. Every conversation I had with her, there were
let me get
witnesses.
this straight. This is the same person that less than a month earlier, you stood next to her and described her as unimpeachable. And you had full confidence in her, and that you had full confidence in her scientific credentials. And in a month, she became a liar?
Yeah, you should ask her what changed. And by the way, a month ago, you were voting against her. Oh, because you thought she was either incompetent, ineligible, or unsuited to the task.
I voted against her because
and now I agree with you.
Going to bend the knee to you and Donald Trump. And it looks like she didn't bend the knee, so you fired her. Look, you are putting America's babies' health at risk, America's seniors' health at risk, all Americans' health at risk, and you should resign.
Yeah, I agree. You should follow him. Quite frankly, Elizabeth, you should fucking follow him out the fucking door. I'd like to not see your face anymore. You're she likes to pretend like she's the face of fucking, progressive feminism. She's the face of capitulation. But, good, nice little back and forth there. Good little theater. Oh, by the way, I want to add to my list, Democracy Now!, I'll give them an 80%. They would be at 90% or maybe possibly 85% if it wasn't for their Russia-Ukraine fuckery. But I had to knock them down a few pegs there. But I'll still give Democracy Now! An 80% in terms of my likability scale. So, yeah, this is the latest news, actually. Wow, 6 hours. Is Jack part of? Is he part of a chorus cohort over here? Look at this. Never heard of this dude. 1.16 million subscribers. Chorus is up to their business. We can't have a popular leftist. We can't have a popular young leftist being successful on YouTube without the neoliberal establishment getting involved here, guys. Come on. Trump RFK. I think there's some statements. David Pac-Man. BTC. We're not, am I still subscribed to BTC? Because honestly,
my name is Brian Tyler Cohen, and if you're looking for the most
No, we're going to not subscribe. I just subscribed to unsubscribe. There we go. Great thumbnail. Nice thumbnail. PNN, Progressive News Network. Is that a real thing? We need that if that's not a real thing. Someone should probably do that. All right, so let's see here. AP reporting on this. With all the goddamn oligarchs licking his toes, just like the South Park episode. It's really amazing that they still did this.
Ukrainian President Zelensky.
Fucking Zuckerberg and all the rest of them lining up next to him, just like the South Park episode, after giving him baubles and licking his goddamn toes. Here they are. Of course, Zuckerberg was caught in a hot mic. Sir, I didn't know we were going to do that number. I didn't know we agreed on the number, sir. Make no mistake, these people need to be taxed and treated like citizens. They're not gods. They're not intelligent beyond normal mankind. They're out for self, greedy little narcissists, and they will happily hand over democracy to a fascist dictatorship if that fascist dictatorship says, we'll make a special exemption for you. We're going to fuck over everybody else, but not you. You're my good little boy. We need a producer for the PNN. I'm down. I actually have no time. This is literally all the time I have to give to news. But maybe one day. I'm going to expand the news underground with a studio. I'm so close. The garage is getting real. It's starting to look real nice. But by the time I finish with the garage, I'll be moving back to California or moving somewhere else. So I don't know. Anyway, inside baseball. Let's get back to this. Here's RFK, softly disagreeing with RFK's madness. And of course, the reason why is that it's one of the few things he can honestly, without even lying, saying this was a victory for me. This was a good thing. People like this. He can honestly say, ironically, because of me, I saved millions of lives. That is true. Operation Warp Speed, like I said, it would normally take up to 5 years or longer for a vaccine to be approved. Could you imagine, being unvaccinated for that long? Now, of course, it's likely other countries would have caught it. We probably would be taking the Chinese vaccine during that time. But we all know that was not nearly as effective as the Pfizers and all the other ones. So, you know, he doesn't want to give that up. Obviously, you wouldn't want to give that up, right? So he's going to rock in a hard place here because I think like I said, I think these guys are kindred spirits, him and RFK. Like, I don't know why you'd keep this guy around, right? You want a guy's like low key. He's going to be doing this stuff like, you know, without a lot of flim flam and flair. And that's the exact opposite with RFK here. He's doing these things bombastically, and he's splashing the front pages.
After your phone call with Ukrainian President Zelensky today, do you plan to speak with Russia's President Putin in the near future?
What?
What is it? What?
I will be, yeah, I will be. We're having a very good dialogue.
Do you have full confidence in what RFK Jr. is doing?
Well, I didn't get to watch the hearings today.
Lie.
But he's a very good person. And he means very well, and he's got some little different ideas.
Thanks for the
I guarantee a lot of
recommendation,
people at this table like RFK Jr., and I do. But he's.
Oh yeah, Elephant Graveyard. It's great. Absolutely, they've been killing it. You know, with the Joe Rogan stuff and the Rogan Sphere stuff, observations. You know, you got Mark Maron talking about Elephant Graveyard. So I mean, they're blowing up, and they absolutely deserve it. Needs hearing aids. Motherfucker needs a. Man, I can't say nothing, man.
He's got a different take, and we want to listen to all of those takes. But
keep my mouth shut.
I heard he did very well today, but it's not.
I heard he did really well. I didn't watch it. I heard he did great. I wasn't obsessively watching clips on the news. It wasn't on the news, and I was telling everybody to shut up around me because I'm watching it so intently. I wasn't doing that.
Your standard. It's not your standard.
Yeah, actually,
talk,
it's fucking disgusting.
I would say that, and that has to do with medical and
little
vaccines. But if you look at what's going on in the world,
he's
with
hooked
health,
up to all that good
and
shit.
Look at this country also with regard to health. I like the fact that he's different. I'd prefer.
I like that he's
not
different.
to have a communist mayor of New York City. And
yeah,
you know
scared,
that's
bitch.
what he is based on his policy.
Get
if you
scared,
look at
bitch.
his statements in the past.
Stay fucking scared.
So I would like to see.
What are you gonna do about it?
2 people drop out. And have it be one-on-one.
Mm-hmm.
And
yeah,
I think
ain't gonna save your ass. Ain't gonna save your ass. If every single one of those voters goes directly to Cuomo, and there's no evidence that would happen. If every single one of them did, Zoran still beats his ass. So suck it fucking dry.
It's a race that could be won. Yeah. I think you'll see job numbers that are going to be absolutely incredible. Right now, it's a lot of construction numbers, but you're going to see job numbers like our country has never seen.
It literally doesn't make sense to do construction right now. Material costs, they call them inputs, are way too high to even, like, once you get to the finishing, you know, once you're done with your house and you're ready to sell it, or it should be already sold, you're not even recouping on the costs for you to build it. So we're seeing projects being abandoned on top of the ice raids, which is like all the cheap labor drying up. It's going to be crazy. It's going to be great. It's going to be great. It's a complete and total disaster, actually. Yeah, I know, Lenny. Well, imagine it's happening. It's happening. Here's more grilling of RFK. Just more RFK shit.
To just, again, some basic facts. Do you accept the fact that 1 million Americans died from COVID?
I don't know how many died.
Right. So this is what. Okay. So this is you know, this is Davey saying, "Oh, he didn't say that. He didn't say that." Well, I guess technically he didn't. But according to ChatGPT, who's supposed to be the Uber lawyer, more lawyer than any lawyer, ChatGPT, RFK is purging himself by saying that he didn't say that. But I don't know. I you know, are we really going to accept, you know, Weasley semantics? I guess, you know, we should treat this with the seriousness of a trial. So, you know, in a trial, you have to be very specific about the words that you use and the things that you say. So, you know, maybe the other guy should have worded it slightly differently, right?
That 1 million Americans died from COVID?
I don't know how many died.
You're the Secretary of Health and Human Services. You don't have any idea how many Americans died from COVID?
And there is a number. There is a definitive number backed up by science. The number continues to grow, by the way. COVID is not over, by the way. People continue to die of COVID every single year. Thankfully, it's much less. But that number is dynamic. It's not static. It continues to grow. So there's a real number backed up by science. And of course, RF gets all fake news. It's all fake news. I fired the people that were calculating that, so it doesn't exist anymore. So without that data, you can't really make any conclusions. So I'm just going to keep it nebulous and keep it confusing. Take advantage of that.
I don't think anybody knows that because there was so much data chaos coming out of the CDC.
Better than nothing,
and there
but
was
just barely
incentives. And these are model.
You don't know the answer of how many Americans died from COVID. This is the Secretary of Health and Human Services. Do you think the vaccine did anything to prevent additional deaths?
Again, I would like to see the data and talk about the data.
You have had this job for 8 months, and you don't know the data about whether the vaccine saved
and
lives?
that's the problem is that they didn't have the data. The data by the Biden administration absolutely dismal.
See what I mean? So he's like, we didn't have the data. And then in the next sentence, it was Biden's data. Bad data. You couldn't trust it. All right, so don't believe anything. Only believe our doctored numbers. And only believe them if they're good. If they're negative, then they're all fake, even if they're from us.
Data about whether the vaccine saved lives?
That's the problem is that they didn't have the data. The data by the Biden administration absolutely dismal.
Right. So they did have it, but it's bad. They didn't have the data. Oh, they did have the data, but it's bad Biden data. Total chaos. No, they create the chaos and then they blame the chaos.
Politicizing. You're saying the Biden administration politicized all the data? Go back to what Senator Cantwell just said. Go to Trump Surgeon General.
They fired Dr. Grant. They fired all the people who questioned the orthodoxy. They fired Dr.
Ironically, literally exactly what he's doing to a T, to 100% to a T. I doubt Biden did anything of the sort. And if people were fired or shuffled around, there's probably good reasons for it. It probably had nothing to do with ideology whatsoever. Ironically, that is exactly the program that RFK is engaging in right now.
Rupert, Dr. Cow.
So, Mr. Chairman, the Secretary of Health and Human Services doesn't know how many Americans died from COVID. Doesn't know if the vaccine helped prevent any deaths. And you were sitting as Secretary of Health and Human Services. How can you be that ignorant? You know, I remember when we went through the hearing with you. I asked,
did you confirm him? I bet you did. I bet you did fucking confirm him, didn't you, you fucking idiot? How much money you take from AIPAC as well? Yeah, you're supposed to be a lefty liberal, huh? You're a fucking failure. Nice performance.
About community health centers. You didn't know what role they play. I've been visiting community. I'm glad you got to one.
Right. Because these are the same guys that were clamming up when Barack Obama was implementing the largest deportation scheme in America's history, and when Joe Biden was throwing children in fucking cement cages, just like Donald Trump. When Joe Biden kept Donald Trump's disgusting immigration policies in place, and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez said nothing, went fucking radio silent during Biden's entire 4 years of him locking up kids. I'm only going to mention this once. She has mastered the face, and you know what I'm talking. B-Ree knows what I'm talking about. B-Ree, take a look at this one on the left. Hopefully you're still here. Take a look at this one on the left.
Rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic. If we don't end this chronic disease, we are the sickest country in the world. That's why we have to fire people at the CDC.
That's right.
They did not do their job. This was their job to keep us healthy.
Thank you,
and
Mr.
I need
Actually,
to fire
100%.
some of those people to make sure this doesn't happen again.
Thank you, Mr.
Yeah. No, we're never going to be able to fucking get rid of you fucking people. But it's like this spitting facts. We're so right. We're so on top of it. This is what going after the deep state looks like. Maybe I'm looking too much into it. So this was an interesting burn. I don't have this one on video. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Totally. That's what I was missing. Ain't no way. We're totally right. We're the sickest country, and I'll do my best we stay on top. It's a lie, though. I mean, we're not the sickest country. We're not even close to being the sickest country. But here's one from Sanders that we missed here on video. I couldn't find the video. It's going to have, so this is RFK Jr. Don't make me do the voice every time, okay? It's going to have, sorry. It's going to have, it's going to be the biggest infusion of federal dollars into rural health care in American history. And here's Bernie. You know why? Because you're cutting $150 billion from rural hospitals. You're putting $50 billion back. That's not an infusion. Okay, that was terrible. But no, that's great. So isn't that funny? He's bragging about, oh, we're putting so much money into this. After he cuts $150 billion, they throw $50 billion back so that, you know, children aren't, I don't know, fucking dying of disease in the streets. Press A. Isn't that something? And then he brags, oh, we're doing a massive infusion. Cuts 150, throws a $50 billion back, and then brags about the $50 billion. They know they're doing this, by the way. Okay. Censored two in the span of 1 hour and 30 minutes. 2 articles on Reddit censored. The most censored website, I think, censored social media, I think, across, I mean, maybe TikTok is more censored, right? They're super censored over there. But I swear to God, this is a disease. The mods on Reddit, look at this. It was deleted by, okay, so it was deleted by the person who originally posted. There's nothing you could do about that. All right. But it's the fucking mods, and they never have to give you any reasons. Anyway. So here's another Republican that's like, these fuckers are crazy. San Antonio state senator blasts GOP colleagues for legalizing ivermectin. Yeah, you heard it right. By the way, Joe Rogan still has never apologized for his support of using ivermectin to cure COVID. And not that I need to do this, but the company that makes ivermectin has said explicitly and continues to say on their website, unless they change something, do not use our product for COVID. It does not kill COVID. But they can never be wrong. This is how fascism works, right? This is how a cult works. They can never be wrong. It's impossible. Even on this. Because, like, all you need to do is just not talk about it. Okay? And just quietly take the L. Can't do it. There is no L. Ivermectin does cure COVID. You're wrong. Fake news. You have the agenda. And now here we see it legalized in an I can't say that word. That's so weird. I swear all the time. Explicit. Wow. I can't. Okay, hold on. I need to hear it. How come I can't say this word, dude? I think I got the brain worm. Expletive. Okay, I just needed to see it broken up. In an expletive-filled, it's one of those days, folks. In an expletive-filled Instagram post on Wednesday, Texas Senator Roland Gutierrez accused his Republican colleagues of being out of their minds for passing a bill that will allow horse dewormer ivermectin to be sold over the counter at Texas pharmacies. And you're going to have pharmacists, you know, like, oh, you got ivermectin in stock? I hear you got ivermectin. I want to buy the ivermectin. I'm afraid of COVID. Sir, that does not work against COVID. Oh, you're just part of the woke. You got to just give me. You legally have to give it to me if I ask it. Sir, it's over there in the creams. Okay? You don't need a prescription for it anymore because we live in hell world. I'm a medical professional. I'm not gonna diagnose you. Do you have worms? So that's what's happening in the state of fucking Texas. And it's coming nationally, right? It's coming nationally. That's what they want. My perspective, that motherfucker better come correct because Chicago is not going to fucking back down. Chicago's coming super correct. So you come on in, ICE. Come on in, ICE. Start harassing folks during the Mexican month. Let's see how that goes down. Right? And like the important thing about what the difference between Chicago and LA and DC is that the Chicago mayor and Chicago governor have told their police to not cooperate in a way, right? Because ICE is allowed legally to operate there, but are they going to enforce the masks? Are they going to enforce the identification? Yeah, Donald Trump 100% wants to incite conflict, but you know what? It's going to be coming regardless. We need to resist. It's got to start somewhere, and if it starts in Chicago, it starts in Chicago. All right? But if we see Pritzker bend the knee and then the mayor bend the knee, right, and just let ICE wear masks and just wave their finger, oh, well, we're documenting. The citizens got their cell phone cameras out, but they don't instruct Chicago PD to arrest ICE if they're not complying with the law. Then that's a loss. That's an L. We've lost. That's one city gone, conquered, basically, because it's only, look what he's doing in LA. He's not leaving. He's not fucking leaving. No emergency to be had. Does not matter. Right? Troops on the ground, boots on the ground. He's not going to remove them. Not until he has complete control over the LA government. He's not leaving. Same thing with Chicago. So if the Chicago PD bends the knee, it's one more city, Illinois, Chicago, Illinois, one more city gone, maybe the whole state, right? Here's what this guy from Texas had to say. I think this guy's a Republican, by the way. Yeah, his Republican colleague. So this fucking piece of shit who thinks killing kids in Palestine, oh, now he's got a problem. Doesn't have a problem with all the racism and bigotry. Voted for Trump probably 3 fucking times. Oh, now he's got a problem when the anti-science shit might hit him. What, do you have a family member that could be affected? Is that what's going on? Because the only reason why he'd be standing up is if it's affecting him directly in some way. Yeah, you're goddamn right, Big Slimy. It is absolutely, definitively could be the start of a fucking civil war with the federal government. Because we're not talking about policing. We're talking about sovereignty. We're talking about sovereignty.
Hello, everybody.
So here's what this pile of fucking garbage had to say.
We're on a dinner break at the Texas Capitol.
Shut the fuck up.
Appreciate you joining us tonight.
I'm a regular
I had to
guy.
come and tell you the latest. We've been waiting for some bullshit bill to come over from the House so that human beings...
What the fuck happened? News in Robert Kennedy being fired Tuesday morning to replace with a guy with the same voice but a healthier complexion. That's a good one. I like that one.
Hello, everybody, here on a dinner break at the Texas Capitol. Appreciate you joining us tonight. I had to come and tell you the latest. We've been waiting for some bullshit bill to come over from the House so that human beings can now be prescribed by their physicians, assuming that any physician would actually do this, be prescribed ivermectin, which is a horse parasite drug, not approved by the FDA. But right now we have a Texas senator that's about to roll this bill out. And so now you too can take ivermectin in case you get COVID. I suggest to you, by the way,
that's strange.
Don't anybody do this. Read up on it. Very dangerous for human beings to take this shit.
Up on it. It's good for
it is
you.
incredible that this shit is actually happening right now in the Texas Senate. But that's your Republican Party at work. That's what's happening in Texas. These fuckers are crazy.
Is this guy a Democrat? This guy has to be a Democrat, right? Okay, this guy has to be a Democrat. No way. No way. No way. This guy's a Democrat. Yeah, okay. Democrat. Yeah, okay. Okay. So it's basically just propaganda. Okay. Okay. I'm ashamed of myself. I feel dirty. Let's get back to RFK getting grilled here. Ivermectin is used on humans. It is used for people who have chemotherapy. It helps. Yeah, no. There's legitimate medical, right? It's not just exclusively a horse dewormer, but it's the most important thing is that the company they did their own tests. Because they were like, the reason why this rumor started is that ivermectin did some trials to see if or the company that makes ivermectin did some trials to see if ivermectin is effective against COVID. And they're like, nope, it's not. Failed. Nope. Didn't work. Failed the trial, and then grifters and maniacs and right-wing idiots who have various agendas spread lies, right? And here we are.
Head of the CDC that if
okay, we already saw this one. This one might have missed your radar. Senator makes quote-unquote alien claims about radioactive shrimp. So once again, this goes back to what I said about fascism and how stupidity, ignorance is inherent. These people are put in charge intentionally, not only for their loyalty, but like I said, the fact that they're so stupid and they know they don't deserve their positions of power. And in a way that kind of secures them and holds them in place, right? Because they don't want to lose their position of power so you can lord over them. A real professional, a person who was capable of earning their way to this position, who's actually intelligent, is like, well, I mean, if they can afford to lose their position based on principle because they're intelligent professional people and they'll bounce back, right? But a person like this who's like, well, I'm never ever going to get another position of power like this. I don't deserve this in the first place. So they're less likely to leave. You can just lord it over them, and they'll more likely they'll bend over and be loyal just to keep this position. It's intentional. It's intentional to put ignorant, incompetent people in charge.
This is what you could end up looking like if you eat some of the raw, frozen shrimp being sent to the United States by other countries.
And just for clarification, that is a xenomorph from the fictional movie series Alien. This is not a real thing. This is the fantasy of a very perverted and amazing man called H.R. Giger. This was supposed to represent the penis, of course. His artwork is very penis vagina. This is not a real thing.
It was being sold
Promethean Rebellion
under the Walmart label called the Great Value label. If you eat it, how could you end up looking like the alien in the Alien?
Yo, Hexually is 100% correct. The new Aliens TV show is sick. The best shit since Alien 2, dude. The best shit since Alien 2. Watch that shit immediately, dude. Get on the new Alien TV show immediately. It's good. Finally.
Because the shrimp was radioactive.
I'd rather a crackhead would make more sense up here. A crackhead would probably make more sense up here. What streaming service is it on? I don't know. I might have stolen it. I don't know what streaming service.
I kid you not. It had a radioactive isotope in it called cesium-137.
Best since AVP2.
It'll kill you. Even if it doesn't turn you into the alien.
So, I find it hilarious that this right-wing Republican is scaremongering about chemicals and things like that. Meanwhile, these guys are literally deregulating everything. They're like, they go up to big business and they say poison away. Dump anything you want. No red tape. Go fucking bananas. And now this guy wants to claim, toxic shrimp. I bet you he voted to deregulate testing for toxic fucking shrimp.
If you eat this stuff, I guarantee you'll grow an extra ear.
Oh, he'll guarantee it, right, with his fucking medical degree. There needs to be consequences. When is Gavin Newsom, when is anybody, any politician going to talk about when I get in power, there's going to be some consequences? We are going to address the foundational failure of democracy, of our democratic system, to punish anything. Here's another grilling of JFK, RFK.
I'm a Luigi.
This is about you and me. This is about kids being pushed in harm's way by reckless and repeated decisions to get scientists and doctors out of the way and allow conspiracy theories to dictate this country's health policy. I don't see any evidence that you have any regrets about anything you've done or plans to change it. And my last comment is, I hope that you will tell the American people how many preventable child deaths are an acceptable sacrifice for enacting an agenda that I think is fundamentally cruel.
Oh, give him the fucking Oscar over here. Give him the goddamn the fucking Academy Award over here. One more time with this spirited
How
performance.
many preventable?
How many dollars have you taken from Israel to kill Palestinian children? Huh?
Child deaths are an acceptable sacrifice for enacting an agenda that I think is fundamentally cruel and defies common sense. Thank you, Mr.
Shut the fuck up. And then watch RFK just dance all over this idiot.
Do I got a reply? Or
with ease.
Senator, you've sat in that chair for how long? 20, 25 years, while the chronic disease in our children went up to 76%.
Right. So I don't know where he's sourcing these numbers, but he's basically trying to make the argument that we're more sick than we've ever been. It's a lie. I don't know. Someone would have to tell me where he's getting these numbers that he's referencing. But it's a fucking lie when you look at the objective independent numbers, right? So there has to be some the sycophant that I hired to give me the numbers that I wanted have told me. It's either that or he's referencing some other study that's like very biased and particular. But it's not true. We're not more sick than we've ever been.
And you said nothing. You never asked the question why it's happening. Why is this happening? Today, for the first time in 20 years, we learned that infant mortality has increased in our country. It's not because I came in here. It's because of what happened during the Biden administration that we're going to end.
I'm going to let Senator Wyden respond briefly to that, and then we're not going to go over like we just did.
This committee on a bipartisan basis. Colleagues, my cabinet.
They don't even bother turning his fucking mic back on.
Secretary says that we have no interest in chronic care. Mr. Secretary,
Mr. Chairman, could we have regular order, please?
We are in the process of turning around the Medicare program with the chronic care bill that Chairman Hatch, when he was chairman in this committee, put together on a bipartisan.
Right, got him. Right, yeah, no, that convinced him. He's changing his mind now. I'm so glad there's zero enforcement. I'm so happy that there's zero enforcement and you can just literally lie your ass off referencing, there's like, because there's no, what is truth? Your numbers are fake. Okay. That's like your opinion, but like, who says yes or no on that? What isn't real? These are the things that they take advantage of. Like, it's like we kind of need that to have liberty and free speech, but it's also incredibly easy to weaponize. So of course we had, all this ivermectin talk. We had to bring up Joe Schmogan over here, fucking fuckhead Rogan. So here he is, just once again lying. These are just lies. He's talking about life expectancy in Canada is declining. Lie. Because so many died from the COVID vaccine. Lie. He just lies, man. And look, it's dangerous, dude. I'm not trying to say you need to be censored, but I'm also trying to say is like we got to have something more definitive than just nothing. Nothing. This man every single day can tell tens of millions of people stone cold lies based off zero medical expertise. I have more medical expertise than Joe Rogan, okay? Because I have a kid that's been sick. Right? Like, I have more, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just like this guy's a fucking amateur. He's the amateur of amateurs.
Canada's overall life
and this fucking bootlicker, fucking ball sucker, kill Tony over here. Don't get me started on this. Just elephant graveyard all day with Kill Tony. That's all you need to know. Hanger on, narcissistic, cruel, unfunny, racist. A pathetic star fucker who got lucky with a shtick that's becoming old every single day. Gets older and older. What does he do? Gets actually talented people to do their comedy in front of him, and then he shits on them. Wow, what a fucking genius. You know what the best episodes of Kill Tony are? The ones where he's not there or he shuts his fucking mouth. And he lets actually funny people do performances. Let's kill Tony. And you know what? Unironically, let's kill Tony.
I'm a Luigi.
No, I'm playing on that one. I had to come up with something on that one.
Expectancy. Yes.
That might be the craziest statistic in the world right now. You've seen this, right?
It's not true. It's like right-wing Facebook boomer nonsense. Because, they're trying to discredit Canada as, socialism bad, right? So they're constantly trying to discredit Canada and the healthcare system. Is it perfect? No. Is it covering everything? No. Is there more waiting times and shit? Yeah, sometimes, depending on priority. I never had to wait an extra second because I had a kidney stone, right? But maybe somebody with a stubbed toe had to wait an extra couple minutes while they were taking care of me. Right, and I had to wait for the guy who was shot in the head or whatever, right? The guy who's having a heart attack or something. It's based off need. It's not perfect, though, I'll tell you that, but it's a whole fucking lot better than America's system, which is absolute. We all know it. Do I even need to get into what a disaster it is?
It's 1930, of course, it goes this way, because you fucking live longer because fuck technology and medicine. And then 2020 it levels, and then it starts to go down. It's down 2.5 years since 2020.
Yeah, time to duck. The guy's a fucking charlatan. He's not even an every guy, right? He's just a schmuck. He's a rich, pampered, insulated schmuck.
Which is unheard of.
Yeah.
Unprecedented. What could that possibly be from?
I don't know, Tony.
Weird.
So strange. It's not like there was a gigantic medical intervention that was forced upon the population during that time period.
Are we talking about COVID? Gigantic medical intervention? You mean the deadly virus that was killing millions, Joe? No, he's talking about the vaccine. It was, we didn't need it. We didn't need it. I didn't need it. I only caught it and gave it to a bunch of fucking celebrities and then ran to the doctor to get a bunch of fucking treatments because I'm still too much of a bit. I said it before. I'll say it again. I think he's got the vaccine and he's lying. And he's fucking lying. Let's do a blood test. I'm saying it. Let's see Joe Rogan do a blood test. Not only is that motherfucker filled with all kinds of vaccines from his childhood, but I'm telling you, he's got the COVID vaccine too. I know he does, and he brags that he doesn't, but he does. I remember when he caught it, and he saw his little precious life flash before his eyes.
Again, and booster.
And you're not allowed to say it, or you're a conspiracy theorist.
I guess
These people they're in a fuck trance because being on the side of reality and facts is so against the narrative.
Reality and facts. The guy who sources his information from a 5-minute scroll on Facebook before he gets in front of tens of millions of people and says it's definitive, objective reality. Please, the guy who insulates himself from all criticism, surrounding himself with yes men and hangers-on and sycophants. Oh, I know what the real world is.
That the liberals were correct, that they're willing to ignore excess deaths. That we're willing to ignore an increase in all costs.
And he's referencing junk science, cherry pick statistics about the COVID vaccine, spread by grifters who have something to sell. He's very selective about the people he listens to, right? Oh, are you woke? I'm not going to listen to you.
Cause mortality. That's shocking.
Yeah.
They're willing to ignore it.
And they're the trust the science people, but only when it leans to their favor.
Right. Leans to their favor, because that's what a science person worries about. Anybody who actually understands the scientific method knows it's not about what your personal preference is. It's about what the objective reality is after you've done your experiments and seen the results. Holy fucking shit, man. And it would all be funny if it wasn't so dangerous. How I said it before, I'll say it again. How many people has Joe Rogan gotten killed with this shit? How many people are not getting the COVID vaccine and going to Walgreens and sucking down on some ivermectin paste instead, and then, either dying themselves or becoming a carrier for someone else who then dies? How many people has this man's ignorance gotten killed? Yo, Kill Tony wishes he's Don fucking Rickles. All right? Don Rickles is everything Kill Tony is not. Man's a motherfucking legend. Kill Tony's a fucking boil on the bottom of my foot that I itch when it irritates me. Oh, so this is I wanted to line this up with the other AI thing. I couldn't find it, but here it is. Listen to this. Medicare will start paying AI companies a share of any claims they automatically reject. So now Medicare, the thing that's supposed to help and care for us, is paying private industry to cut people out. Private AI companies getting a chunk of your Medicare money to kick you off of Medicare. Only in Trump world. Only in Trump world, man. They take money out of your fucking pocket and then they give it to a tech oligarch building a system to fuck you over. This is J.D. Vance world. This is Peter Thiel world. This is Elon Musk world. This is the world they want to make for us. They want to make us all into obedient, frightened, incredibly narrow when it comes to our specialized, right? We only know how to turn one dial. We only know how to pull one lever. Right? We only know how to do like one or two things that's useful to the system. And then we shut up, we work 14-hour days, we get 1 day off a week if we're lucky. And we're supposed to like it, by the way. We're supposed to be like, yeah, this is the way. We're supposed to agree with these fucking polo-wearing fascists that this is how humanity wants to be managed. They want to turn us into slaves, even more than what we are now. Like unambiguously, Peter Thiel wants you to be his slave. Talking about the Antichrist. He's all giddy. He's like, I'm building the Antichrist. So I wanted to end with this. Because what are we seeing with RFK? Right, moving on to the next segment here. This is the final bit of the RFK segment. What are we seeing with RFK? What's been the theme of this segment? Ignorance. Ignorance is intentional, and fascism and fascist organizations single out and target ignorant individuals like Piers Morgan, like RFK, and then they give them a platform. Right? It's intentional and it's useful. But here's Piers Morgan saying, well, if science can't explain something, that must mean it's God. Common sense, right? If science can't explain it, then it must be impossible, and it must be created by a higher being, and obviously 1 + 1 = 2. This is the logic of the grifter, right? This is the logic of ignorance. But here's what's his nuts, Mr. Science over here, explaining philosophically how that is incredibly stupid. Okay? Good stuff. Neil deGrasse Tyson.
What was there before nothing?
We don't know.
That's why I believe in God, because there has to be a superior thing out there which can answer that question. The human brain cannot answer it because they can't, because nobody knows the answer. Therefore, there has to be, does there not, logically, a superior thing?
Gee, I wonder if we should teach philosophy in schools again. Gee, I wonder why rich, religious, conservative organizations attack philosophy.
Which can answer that question.
That's not an invocation of logic. That's an invocation of what philosophers have historically called the God of the gaps. The God of the gaps is, you look at where science has yet to tread, where science has yet to figure out, and you say, wow, that's mysterious. I don't know how that works. God must have done it. For you to feel this way, there's a long, storied history of people thinking this way, because we know why the planets go back and forth. Newton got that figured out, and Kepler. So if, to you, God is where science has yet to tread, then God is an ever-receding pocket of scientific ignorance.
Beautiful. I mean, beautiful. That's it. Right? So if you believe in the God of the gaps, you basically believe in an ever-receding pocket of ignorance, right? Because as science discovers, as science explores, as science figures things out, the things that we don't know, we know. The things that are impossible become possible. The mysteries become answers. And that religious pocket of ignorance shrinks. They attack philosophy intentionally, right? Mind opened. Possibilities exposed. Other modes of thinking perceived. This is why they go after philosophy. What do I got in the fun section here? Oh, you know what? I've been torturing you for literally 2 hours now on RFK. Should we have a little fun? Type 1 in the chat if you want to have a little fun. Type 2 in the chat if you want to discuss Gaza. We're going to discuss Gaza next, but let's have fun. Let's have a little fun first. Big props to HP Shorty, by the way. Absolutely love this album. 2. Lenny, you're funny. No, we're going to get to Gaza, but at first, Selfage, welcome back. It's good to see you. Welcome back. I think I saw you before. But anyway, let's have a little fun. And this is fun. Alex, either you've seen this or you haven't seen this. Alex Jones, you think you've seen an Alex Jones crash out? You think you've seen Alex Jones flip out in the past? You think you've seen it? You haven't seen anything yet, dude. This takes the cake. Okay? He took the whole wedding cake. Bro walked into the wedding, took the cake, walked out to his car, and started eating. He took the entire thing. He's like sitting. He's like the cake is like squished into the steering wheel. He's sitting there just consuming in his car. He's got the camera streaming. I'm Alex Jones. Blah, 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 blah. You tuned in at the perfect time, strategy, okay? Because this shit is legendary, okay? This goes down in history. This goes down in history. There's no other way to put it. Okay, just the slightest bit of context, all you need. One of his employees that's been working at InfoWars for like 10 years and has been doing his own little show. You don't watch InfoWars, so you don't know this. But he's been doing his own little show. And Alex Jones would he would start talking some shit about Trump. He would start saying I don't know about this Trump guy, trying to kind of going down the Nick Fuentes line. Alex Jones would just pop out of the ether because they're at the InfoWars studio. Well, actually, Donald Trump, he's actually, he's a victim of the deep state, and we need to, be careful about criticizing Donald Trump. And so he's all doing this shit during this guy's Owens show. So eventually Owens kind of gotten sick of it. He leaves, and Alex Jones just completely flips out. No other way to put it. And he left amicably. He literally tried to leave, talking no shit. The fucking crew and him, they did a whole thing, a goodbye, thank you so much. He tried to do extremely professional, but then he went on a stream. And he said, I don't think he even criticized Alex Jones. I don't think he even did that. I think he was just yeah, I left, creative differences, we just don't see eye to eye on a few things, not a big deal. I love the guy, I love spreading lies with Alex Jones, and I can't wait to spread lies on my own show, and, all that shit. So that was Owen. And then this is Alex Jones' response, okay? It's just legendary.
Is a baby sucking on a pacifier. He's an elitist, arrogant dirtbag. Owen Schroyer is scum.
Owen Schroyer. Sorry, if I was saying Owen Jones, the other guy, Owen Schroyer. This Owen character, fascist, crypto-fascist, supporter of, this Orwellian idea that, the Conservative Party is the savior, but they're also, kind of fascistic and authoritarian, and I'd really like a slightly different version of fascism. But of course, all the Democrats are demon baby, eater, et cetera, all the bullshit, believe all that. They're trying to turn your kids gay. So that's Owen, right? A fucking piece of crap, right? But it's just, the reaction is absolutely legendary.
to be shit on? Do I look like a fucking toilet to you? There's no more filter. It's gone. And anybody fucks with me is going to get the full truth.
Boy, Ozempic, huh? I should get on that Ozempic, man.
And nothing but it, so help me God. And then you want to try to stab your mother in the back because you're a big boy leaving the nest. Well, guess what? You know what your mother is going to do? Piss on you.
All right, so it looks like Alex Jones is going through it again. You know, it's been a rough past few months for him with all the Epstein stuff, and now this. A longtime employee of his, Owen Schroyer, who's been with him for a decade, just announced he's leaving, which obviously Alex isn't handling very well, and he had a complete meltdown over it.
Okay,
because also
boomer.
Owen did a 5-hour live stream addressing why he's leaving, and he said he felt like Alex was pressuring him too much to not talk about certain things and to be more positive about Trump.
Yeah,
so that's what really
yeah.
set Alex off. And in the middle of another show on InfoWars.
Yeah, so here's the example of what I was talking about. So they're trying to do their own thing, right, on InfoWars. And he just no mic, no nothing, no seat, doesn't take a seat, just stands there while these guys. Which is, if I was doing this though, I would kind of probably do the same thing. I wouldn't do it to argue with the hosts. I would do it to like join in. But I would totally do that. Just walk in on the show. Yeah, what the fuck is up, guys? This is cool. What are we doing?
Crashed it just to start flipping out about Owen, and it was really awkward. I mean, Alex was having a complete breakdown here, and you could tell he's actually
not
really
anti-Trump.
pissed. You know, this isn't.
He wasn't anti-Trump. He was basically just like, I don't know if if he's in the Epstein files. I don't know if we should continue to support him. I don't know if all this, if everything is really great. If Trump was literally right about everything, but he's not anti-Trump. No, he was just offering a little bit of, it was probably pretty mild criticism towards fucking Trump, right? It was probably in the same vein of Nick Fuentes and shit, right? But let's not get it twisted. Like, Owen supports the conservative fascist movement, right? Totally.
And he said he even started breaking down crying when Owen called him and demanded a raise to stay with InfoWars.
I'm here to censor.
Oh no,
I'm here to censor.
We've crossed the line.
You should launch a new independent show. And claim that I censored.
And he's one of those fucking bosses that touch you and shit. Oh, no, don't do that, bro. Don't touch me, okay? Look, you're really not my friend, man.
For years, you'll get 1 million viewers and betray me. And you're allowed to lie about me any way you want.
You know,
So he's talking about Owen. These guys still work for InfoWars, right? And he's speaking facetiously, like, you can lie about me all you want. I'm totally open to it. I'm not triggered at all, right? It's like when I say I'm not triggered, like, okay, bro, maybe your face is like, your face is only beat fucking red, dude.
Love you. No, look, let's reject the let's reject the grabbler.
This is a
so awkward. Just like get your clammy fucking sweaty hand off my fucking shoulder, dude.
I'm using this as a case point. You understand that?
Mm-hmm.
How much have I come in and censored you over the years?
Yeah, not enough, frankly. I'd say some.
Yeah,
things
we miss you.
Yeah, we've spread all kinds of lies.
Literally never once.
Hey, if you want to quit and have a publicity stunt and lie about me, I forgive you. Okay? I know. I'm
You're such a little
David
bitch,
dude.
dude.
Owen's done it, and I tell you, I was taking the high road till I actually started watching. And it's like Anakin Skywalker's become Darth Vader.
Can we sing a song?
Can we sing a song? Okay. All right, I know the situation's awkward, but can we not do a fucking song? Okay.
When I go on the air, I'm letting you have it.
Worst suggestion
ever. You
ever.
stabbed your brother in this operation in the back, and you're a fucking liar.
Can we sing a song?
Fucking asshole.
Can we sing a song?
Shit. I don't ever get involved in infighting, but I've known somebody 10 years, and they've been my friend, but he's gotten really dark, didn't talk to the crew the last 2 years.
So he's been kind of miserable working there. Gee, I wonder why. He's been miserable working there. And he betrayed me. Is any wonder why he needed to get the fuck out of there, man?
And so it's like a different person. I'm not here to be the villain for somebody's lie. So wait till you hear his phone call to me yesterday. He literally talked to me like it was a crack whore. He was a pimp. He's like, yeah, well, if you're desperate, pay me more, I'll stay. But I'm going to promote my new show on InfoWars, huh?
Let's take the high road.
Really nice. I might do a week. I was like, man, this is really hurting my feelings.
Oh man, there's always one, isn't there? There's always one that can't handle the awkwardness, that can't handle the that really would just like wants to run away. So like, oh, can we all just get along, please? Oh, grow a sack, dude. Grow a fucking sack, okay? Your boss is Alex Jones, okay? Like if there was one environment where you could have a bit of sack when talking about something, it's with it's this guy is your fucking boss. This guy's like, oh, this is awkward.
Dude, no, it's all right. You don't have to come in. I hung up, started fucking crying, and then he goes on fucking air and lies about me. Fuck you, you fucking piece of shit. I won't fucking take people stabbing me in the back anymore. Fuck you.
Anymore.
Yeah, and then he went on his own show and kept going off on him. I think the live stream Owen did is what really got to him because it got a lot of attention. A lot of people took Owen's side.
The golden mic. I mean, the golden mic really says everything, doesn't it? It's like, no, you picked that color. You don't deserve a golden mic, okay? Like, you know what I mean? Like, you're not Bette Midler. I don't know who gets away with a golden mic. I don't know. It really just says everything. You had all the choices and all the colors in the fucking rainbow, but you choose gold as your mic color. You're not Larry fucking King, dude. You're literally in your fucking garage, like I'm going to be soon. Okay? You got a little open mic because you smoke. That's right, because you smoke in there, isn't it? Yeah, busted.
Talked about how Alex kept telling him he's too negative and anti-Trump and anti-Israel.
Lenny deserves
also, he
a
felt like
golden
Alex
mic.
was trying to influence his show too much. So when Alex saw that and all the people supporting him, he just snapped.
Yeah, stickers.
Because also he thinks Owen is doing this to drum up attention for himself and his new show.
And, Alex had been coming into my show and talking about how I'm negative and calling me a pessimist and all this other stuff, which is fine. You work for Alex.
I'm just trying to spread crypto-fascism like the rest of them. I'm just trying to get my bag on the right-wing grift sphere.
Going to get hit with it a lot. Alex is not easy to work for, and that's fine,
Well, it deserves to be golden, Lenny. It deserves to be golden. You got the golden voice. Good topics, too. I was just telling myself, after my trip to San Francisco, because I'm gonna have to wipe my phone and get all I'm gonna have to go through customs and stuff. I'm wiping my phone. I'm gonna reinstall Twitch and I'm gonna watch a Lenny stream. Haven't done it in months. Anyway, back to this.
That's okay. But okay, he says I'm too negative. He says I'm a pessimist. Whatever. I'm too anti-Trump. So I just said, all right, you know what? I'll just take some time off. I'll just disappear. And
stop fucking crying, bitch.
If Alex thinks I'm too negative, then maybe he's right. And it's not to say that I didn't have creative control over the InfoWars war room.
So as you can see, Alex Jones's reaction totally warranted, right? I mean, like could have easily just literally said nothing. Literally could have said nothing, and people would have just been like, whatever.
But I mean, imagine it's like somebody staring over your back 24/7.
Yeah, imagine.
And so every single day that I came back, it was either a guest that I was told I had on at the last minute, or it was, him coming into the studio. He wants me to cover this. He wants me to cover that. Or I have to host his show for him because he's not in. So there was just.
And then I'm sure when Alex saw the tweets supporting Owen, it just made things even worse.
Not trying to make things weird,
also, people are
I think about
reporting
your
that
ass.
Owen left InfoWars because Alex was trying to censor him about Trump and Israel, which is obviously a bad look. So when Alex got on air, he just went absolute apeshit over it.
This is legendary.
It was hilarious. Like, this was a generational crash out.
This
Even
is
for Alex
legendary.
Jones, this was wild. I've never seen anything like it. And it's just funny. Owen leaves and is like, yeah, my boss was a bit much. It was difficult working with him. And then his boss responds by calling him a piece of shit, traitor, scumbag.
All of it.
And just goes berserk over it.
All of
like,
it.
I don't know if this is the best way to win people.
Berserk is an understatement. I don't know. There was one time he ripped his shirt off. There was one time where he puked in the car. But goddamn, dude, like you could tell he's hurt. He's hurt. He feels betrayed. And he like mentions his family, which is like, I sacrificed my family for this. And really he did. I mean, like for his support of Donald Trump and his like the Sandy Hook stuff, he has completely destroyed what is an extremely lucrative grift. He has totally undermined, and he has because of all this lunacy, he's lost his family. His wife and his kids fucking left him, dude. I bet the kids still hang around though. But the wife was like, we're done.
Over if you're trying to prove you're a good employer. But I guess the gloves are off here, and Alex said he's using this to level up.
And I will no longer
You know, I get emotional like this as well, but it's over like, you know, like with the Statue of Liberty shit, right? It's over like, you know, I would like to say I get emotional over things that at least deserve emotion. Like this guy's all like, he got an employee that left, whoop-de-doo. You know, like, could you imagine Cenk Uygur flipping out about this, like about Jimmy Dore or something, right? Dave Rubin. Cenk Uygur does a crash out like this for Dave Rubin.
Lesser men try to build their resume by claiming I'm a traitor when they're scumbag Benedict Arnold.
Benedict Arnold.
Pieces of shit.
Because he had some mild criticism for Trump, for a few Trump policies. Benedict Arnold.
Want to be elitist, arrogant scumbags. I'm not arrogant. I'm on a power trip. I'm in a total commitment against evil. I'm pouring out my guts, my soul, my family, everything I've got committed to this, and I will not have pieces of fucking shit lie about me and say I'm not true. I will fucking destroy you, scum. All of you. Fuck you.
Is that true? Stickers?
I have sworn on the altar of God, total resistance against every form of tyranny, against the mind of men. And I told everyone 2 weeks ago, I'm leveling up.
Super Saiyan.
And it's scary.
Super Saiyan.
Because I'm a scary person.
Because I'm a scary person. Who fucking says that, dude? I mean, red flags, anybody? Anybody? You know, does this end in any other way but a mass shooting? I mean, that's the thing, though, is that it won't ever end in a mass shooting because ultimately this is a performance. You know, as it's like, you know, he's true believer, right? True believer. Look at what he's doing. Look at all this. Look at how much control he actually has, though. Right? Look at how he's very, very easily slips right back out of it.
My family, everything I've got committed to this, and I will not have pieces of fucking shit lie about me and say I'm not true. I will fucking destroy you, scum. All of you. Fuck you.
Right.
I have sworn on the altar of God, total resistance against every form of tyranny, against the mind of men.
Right here.
And I told.
So this is what I'm talking about right here, this little switch, right? You can't just turn it off this easily if it's not a conscious theatric performance.
Against every form of tyranny.
Right. So no, I don't think it's going to end in a mass shooting because he doesn't actually believe this shit. It's like, how could that be possible? He's sacrificed so much. It's more complicated than what I'm kind of like saying in my glib way here. But he's not willing to die for this shit. Ultimately, that's not the case.
It's the mind of men. And I told everyone 2 weeks ago, I'm leveling up. And it's scary. Because I'm a scary person. I can outthink and outmaneuver all these people. And
it's a kind of delusion. Lefties have this as well, but it really is prevalent amongst right wingers. This kind of, hero mentality. This kind of like thinking me against everybody. Everybody's wrong but me. The people that are trying to say that I'm wrong are my enemy.
Just keep trying to get the general society to wake up and win. But I guess it does lie to me. I guess
it's a performance.
I am the smartest. I am the best.
Yeah, Lenny. Yeah, great example. Great example. It's a performance. It's a performance, right? He's turning this into content. He's like, obviously he's actually touched, but he's like, I'm turning it on for this. This is my secret weapon. This is my talent. Is like blowing shit out of proportion. I can do that with anything. I can do that with COVID. I could do that with, a teacher who has a "everyone is welcome" poster on their wall, and I can spin that into a massive global conspiracy to turn your children into homosexuals, et cetera, et cetera. So this is like a talent of his, and it's like, well, this is my superpower. I don't like what he's doing, so I'm gonna, direct my propaganda gun at this guy. It's just it's bluster from a gruff sounding carnival barker.
And I just keep trying to get the general society.
I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
But I guess it does lie to me. I guess I am the smartest. I am the best. I am the fastest. The problem is, interlocking into this information is very frightening. So, it must be done. So I will do it. I'll never watch another movie. I guess I have to become celibate because I can't get my energy up to sex. That's the biggest strain on me because I'm a man. There is no more pleasure. There is no more pain. There is no more art. There is no more culture. There is only war. And I commit myself to total war against Satan. And I ask God to lead God and direct me and commit me to his arms and to become a complete vessel of warfare against this operation. And I repent for all my sins. And I ask now before everyone that you lift me up to be an absolute
This really is in line with what Lenny says, about the evangelical preacher, right? This is a performance. Alex Jones is the kind of guy that says, I'm insane. And that's how you know 100% for certain that he's not insane.
Around against the enemy in God's will, in the name of Jesus Christ, the Son of God, amen.
It is mental illness, but it's not not sociopathy, it's narcissism. This is a performance that he is putting on, right? Long ways.
Okay. So everybody be on notice.
Yeah, so that was something else. And while Alex was losing his mind and going off on Owen put out this compilation of his favorite moments on the show and said it was an epic ride. I wish nothing but the best for the entire InfoWars team. So while Alex is just going absolute ape shit and calling him a traitor and everything, Owen's like, we're all good. I wish you guys the best of luck. But that didn't make Alex back down. He's been going off all day about this.
Good shit.
And he thinks Owen might be possessed by a demon or he might be on drugs, because he claims Owen's been really rude to him the past few years and he saw
Chilling
this coming.
Jazz,
So Alex calls him out
100%
on that
accurate.
and him trying to play the victim and trash InfoWars on the way out to promote his own career.
Owen Schroyer's dead
true.
to me.
Yeah.
If he goes on air and repents to Jesus and apologizes.
I think all of us have a little problem like seeing therapists and stuff, right? Because it's like you really have to, that's kind of one of my problems. It's like I don't know if I want to tell this guy the truth,
For being
I don't want to let somebody in on that level, but you don't have to. Really, what a good therapist should do is, I think, just listen to you, right? So, but what do I know? What do I know? It's tough. We all need more therapy, I feel like.
Possessed or whatever it is he is, then I will forgive him. But he thinks that he would absorb us as a launch pad and lie about us to make himself a victim so he could project himself and launch his own show. And then as all the articles come out and Jones censored Schroyer on Trump criticism and Israel, you are a snake. You are a rat. You are a fraud. You are a backstabber. You are a handbiter. You are a disgrace. He'd walk by me and say something like, just sort of laughing at me. Like, again, I'm not in junior high, so it didn't hurt me at that level. It hurt me that he was just like, yeah. I heard you. Yeah.
Here you go, Lenny. Positive mental health.
And then we're back the next day, and Owen just shows back up and does his show and walks in and just looks at me with hatred and slinks in there.
So George has been chilling on the screen the whole time because it's this guy called Too Lazy to Try who's putting this compilation together. Make sure you're liking and subscribing, folks, to Too Lazy to Try. It's actually great content. You want this shit in your algorithm. Really chill, to the point, sourced, edits. He's not doing anything fancy, right? He's too lazy to try, but he's actually makes really good content. Make sure you're liking and subscribing, folks. Trust me, you will not be, you won't be wrong getting this guy in your algorithm. He's really good stuff, really good content.
Because he really wanted me to fire him so he could be.
Is that what he was like, Alex? Is that what Owen was doing? Yeah, on the Zoom call.
I can find it just a few of the producers. I said, he wants to be a victim. I said, I'm going to have love and say prayers for him that he gets better. I'll be really nice to him, give him extra bonuses. Maybe he'll pull out of it. I tried to talk to him. He's never wanted to talk to me. And I said, but I said, he's going to stab me in the back. He's a new person.
Stab me in the back, by the way.
It's personal life. I don't know if it's stuff
Absolutely nothing that Owen did qualifies as stabbing him in the back, even remotely.
Smoking. But
because apparently Owen smokes weed, right? So Alex is like, he's smoking weed. He's crazy. He's smoking weed. Alex Jones calls other people crazy.
I've seen a lot of people get paranoid, that smoke pot and go nuts.
It's true.
But I mean, I can just tell you this right now.
It's true.
That
marijuana parties, man.
I'm not
I go
here
to them
to be shit on or stabbed in the back. This crew isn't your punching bag. And we did nothing.
And when he said that, I was thinking, Alex, you need some weed, dude. I mean, straight up. You need some pot in your life. You really, really do.
To you, but be loyal. And your little 5-hour extravaganza of little puppy dog that doesn't know why, and he just wanted to come back and shake my hand and be nice.
He still might end up losing InfoWars, so that might not be over with. But it's pretty disturbing how that isn't up because he shouldn't be here. He should be doing the Alex Jones show on a fucking off of his laptop in his car, because he lost his house and he lost his family. Here I am from the public library. If I park close enough, I can get connected to their Wi-Fi and I can do my stream. This is the InfoWars too. I'm not allowed to use InfoWars anymore. This Alex Jones show. Here I am. I had to sell my fancy truck. I'm in a Prius right now. I know it's quite ironic, but it's okay. I'm having sex with my frog lover in my Prius now. A bit of a downgrade, but it's okay. We're fighting against the New World Order. Am I allowed to say New World Order, honey? Oh, you're a frog. You don't speak English. Anyway, we're doing this from the Prius. Hopefully the library doesn't come out and tell me to leave like they did last time.
And then I kind of censored him and said,
that's what Alex Jones should be, right? He shouldn't be, but because what he did to the Sandy Hook families, he absolutely deserves to have his entire empire dissolved and handed out to those families.
You don't need to host your show. You want to hear what he said in the phone call to me? I didn't record it. I was in the pool with my 8-year-old daughter playing with her Barbie dolls.
So I guess Owen quit and Alex had a breakdown crying while he was in the pool playing with Barbie dolls. What a sad scene. Hopefully he didn't start throwing up too, because last time he had a breakdown like this, he started puking.
So I just got to the office. I'm going to go.
Okay, this actually made me physically sick, so we're not going to watch this part. Once again, folks, you need to subscribe, like and subscribe to Too Lazy to Try. You know what? I'm going to press the button. I've recently unsubscribed to David Pakman and BTC, so we're going to go ahead and subscribe to Too Lazy to Try. It is good shit. Every video, if I see the George eating chips, I hit play because I know it's going to be good stuff. So we got one more in the fun section, but we're going to come back to that. And let's see if we can bang out Gaza and UK and Ukraine before we get back to the United States. Let's see if we can do that as quickly as possible, because I am not going to abandon Ukraine like sometimes that I do during the stream. We're going to talk about it. So make sure, there it is, the link right there. I forgot to hit click on that. I thought InfoWars was supposed to be auctioned. Well, it was and it wasn't. The Onion bought it. Then Donald Trump's judges came in and they fucked it up. And now, now it's up in the air. But I've heard some good news recently that, the litigation is not over with and that he may eventually have to give up InfoWars. I don't know. I don't even want to have hope until it happens, right? Just waiting for Alex to say, "Don't call me Shirley. I'm not your buddy, pal." Alex procreated. Yeah, he actually gets laid all the time. The guy is like, he's like Austin Night Scene. He's hanging out with Joe Rogan, fucking bitches. Just like him and PBD and the PBD crew going to bars and stuff like they're 21 years old. It's pathetic. Never seen Pac-Man. I know it seems stupid, but his thumbnails are lies. His thumbnails are fucking clickbait to the definition. Pac-Man's. Trump destroyed. Same thing with BTC with the fucking incredibly dishonest thumbnail. That's part of the game. That's part of the game. But no, when you're taking dark money from Democratic groups that make you sign a contract that says don't talk about certain topics, and then your thumbnails are dishonest. Nah. Pac-Man. Well, what's APAC? I don't know. I've never even heard of APAC. However you say it, APAC, however you pronounce it. No one's buying it. No one's buying it. We're going to get to that shit a little later, though. Let's talk about Gaza. Here's Greta Thunberg, my personal hero, Greta Thunberg, speaking about how we need to be standing up for mankind, for human rights. That this is the time right now. This is the time right fucking now to be standing up. Yeah, Promethean, totally.
If you do not actively fight against genocide, if you do not actively fight against injustice and all forms of oppression, then you are on the wrong side of history, and you will be judged accordingly.
And I agree with that. I 100% agree with that. You know? No matter how hard the empires tried, they couldn't stop Howard Zinn from writing a people's history of the United States, right? The billions, the millions and billions of dollars, the millions of hours of manpower spent to try and, craft history, to try to change history and teach a certain version of history, still couldn't stop Howard Zinn from telling people what really happened to the Native American, to the Irish. Okay? And it's the same thing here, right? Because what the supporters of Israel, they're like, in 50 years, no one will care, right? Like, no one cares in Canada about the indigenous people. No one cares in the United States. No one cares in the UK about all that. But we do care. We do care. And we do remember. And that's what's most important. Humanity will remember the people that supported Israel's genocide of the Palestinians. People will remember. Let me change my subject here.
But sometimes your career is... This is the 38th attempt to try to break Israel's illegal and inhumane siege on Gaza by sea. By continuously doing this, we are fulfilling our promise to the Palestinians that we keep trying with every means we have at hands to do our part in trying to uphold international law.
She's 100% correct in what she's doing. And if you want to hate on Greta, all I have to say is a stone cold fuck you. Okay, there's not an ounce of agenda in this girl. There never has been. She woke up to horrors, and she just refuses to stop talking about it. That's all that's her crime, is that she just refuses to stop talking about these problems, about these issues. She just doesn't stop.
To go on with this mission, the boat was bombed twice. If there's anything,
Right. So this is, of course, if you don't know what's going on, they're sending another convoy. It's like twice as large, more celebrities, more people. Israel, of course, shut down the first one. We got to do something, Promethean. Well, I mean, yeah, look, that's fantasy, that's video games, maybe don't play the Israeli, I can't think of any first-person shooters that lets you play as the Israeli army. I guess in Rainbow Six, I do recall, you can recruit soldiers from Israel and whatnot, but, but yeah, you got to do what you got to do. Sometimes, just like, you're not in the mood to play it anymore. It's like, it's not fun anymore, right? So, this is very hard to watch. This is about Hind Rajab and her family. She was, they were in a civilian vehicle. The IDF just unloaded on this vehicle like they've done so many times before, right? Oh, it's a terrorist. It's bombs. It's guns. Kill it, kill it, kill it. We did this to Iraqis in Afghanistan and people from Afghanistan when America was occupying those regions. By the way, we're still occupying Iraq. maybe not occupying is the right word, but we still have a large military presence in Iraq, sitting there doing jack shit. But when we were active in those regions, this is the kind of shit that we would do to civilians as well, just completely unload. What makes this story extra horrific, though, is that the little girl somehow got on her, probably her mother's or father's cell phone, and was talking to somebody, maybe 911, their equivalent of 911. She was injured herself, as you can see. And you're about to hear what she had to say before Israel then unloaded a second salvo of bullets. I think they even shot it with a tank or something. And she was snuffed out. Right? So she's sitting in there, her parents dead in the driver's seat, in the front seat. She's in the back seat, probably tucked way in there. Probably shot a couple times while she's on the phone. And then Israel finishes her off. This happens all the time and has been happening in Palestine for decades. Israel has done this kind of shit way before October 7th. But like I said, the thing that makes this event horrifically special is that we get a live recording of her final words before Israel snuffed her out.
انت هلا وين متخبية هلا؟ وين انت هلا محمية؟ بالسيارة. جوا السيارة انت صح؟ مش برا السيارة. صح. طيب خليكي يا عمري بالسيارة، أنا رح أتمني فاتحة الخط معاكي، أتمني أحكي معك، ما بدي أسكر التليفون، تمام؟ ايش يا عمري؟ يا حبيبتي عمري والله معك، هيني انا مش قادرة احكي معاكي، ما بدي اصلا اتركك. حبيبتي والله لو بايدي لاذيكي. نحكي يا الله.
Yeah, pray. That's all she had left. I think a few seconds later, the phone is disconnected when another round of bullets is, going through the car. On to the next story here. Leaked Gaza plans show Trump may, quote unquote, relocate Palestinians to build AI-powered smart cities. So the horror is real. It's just... We know what the goal is. The only thing that's being debated is how they achieve it. So every time you see on the news them, what you often see on the news, even now, is, this terrible thing is happening in Palestine. Israel is doing it. Let's have an interview with a representative for the IDF who spends the next 15 minutes or whatever lying. Just lying. Yeah, there's no Superman. So they just spend the next 10, 15 minutes of that interview just lying. It's all in an effort to buy time for what is a foregone conclusion. The erasure of Palestine. If you want to read this article, it's right here. I don't have time for a lot of going through article stuff. I really got to keep cranking. But there's the article. Just have time for headlines most of the time. Sorry. U.S. post-war Gaza plan calls for, quote-unquote, temporary relocation of residents to clear way for luxury tourism destination. So, they're not even really hiding it. They're not even really, putting in any effort to hide what the plan is. It's insulting, really, when you see somebody on TV, they furrow their brow and they're shocked and chagrined and surprised. What? Are you claiming Israel is intentionally killing Palestinians? It's unbelievable. They're still up to that grift. They're still, perpetuating that lie, and they get to do it for free. They get to do it wide open.
like you said, you had the world's support on October the 7th, but you lost it by doing a genocide and now by starving children in Gaza. There's a famine. That's what the world is saying. We can't tolerate the famine.
We lost it to a great extent because of Hamas propaganda. But as long as we have the United States...
It's not Hamas propaganda to say there is a famine in Gaza, Danny. That is the ruling of the IPC.
There is no famine in Gaza.
So why did the IPC say there is a famine? Why does the IPC, which defines what is and isn't a famine, and has done so for 20 years, why is it saying there's a famine in Gaza City?
The IPC changed the criteria.
That's a lie.
The IPC was not even there.
That's a lie. What criteria did they change?
It's based itself
What criteria did they change, Danny? That's a lie.
No,
what criteria did they change? What criteria did they change?
Hamas data.
Hold on. Danny, you just made a false claim. What criteria did they change? I keep hearing this talking point. It's false. There was no change in criteria. What criteria did they change?
They changed many criteria, but
they didn't change any. Hold on, Daddy. What criteria did the IPC change?
Number one in news.
Because they used the same criteria, the MUAC criteria, that they used to declare a famine in Sudan last year. They used the same criteria in Gaza. You made a false claim. Let me say this, not just the IPC. Over 100 humanitarian aid groups from around the world just signed a joint statement saying Israel is blocking them from bringing in aid. You want us to believe you, the Israeli military, Netanyahu, Smotrich, but not ANERA, Christian Aid, the Danish Refugee Council, the Norwegian Refugee Council, Polish Humanitarian Aid, Pax Christi, Sabeel Kairos, Oxfam, Doctors Without Borders, Save the Children. I could go on and on. Danny, are you going to say they're all Hamas?
All Hamas.
They're all pro-Hamas, are they? Ridiculous.
No, I think they are naive, and I think they are basing their assessment on Hamas data.
They're not.
So Hamas data is the only data that we have. Every other governments are making their conclusions off of this data. This is the only data we have. It's Hamas data because they are the governing entity, and they are the only entity really keeping track of these things. And they're going into the West Bank and doing these same things in the West Bank. It has nothing to do with Hamas. And of course, they continue to say all this information about the West Bank. It's the same story, right? Hamas. This man, whether he acknowledges it or not, is buying time for the genocide. That's the whole purpose of this. There's no, it's very important for Mehdi Hassan to do what he's doing, but Mehdi Hassan was one of the only ones doing what he's doing. Everybody else just lets this guy talk in silence, doesn't call him out on anything, and then, cuts to the next story. How many interviews have I shown you where the host just sits there in fucking stone cold silence while these fuckers lie? Mehdi doesn't allow it to happen. Number one in news, Zateo. Get subscribed.
They're not using Hamas data. They're saying that we are being blocked from bringing our trucks in. Danny, they're not talking about famine.
There was famine.
Danny, listen to me. They're not talking about famine. They're not talking about famine. They're saying, can I finish a sentence?
In Sudan, in
Danny,
Somalia,
they are
Africa.
not talking about famine
the same thing here.
or Hamas propaganda or Hamas data. They're saying their guys on the ground are being blocked from bringing in baby formula by Israelis at border crossings. That is their
right. So right there, that has nothing to do with Hamas. That's literally these aid agencies saying we are being stymied at the border intentionally by the IDF and the Israeli government. That's just objectively what's happening. He's like, no, somehow that's Hamas. It's ludicrous on its face, but like I said, the goal of what he's doing is not to make a salient point. It's not to convince or change anyone's mind. It's simply to buy time while they continue with the crimes. That is 100% what he's doing.
They're wrong. ANERA's wrong. Christian Aid's wrong. The Danish Refugee Council is wrong. The Norwegian Refugee Council is wrong. Polish Humanitarian Action is wrong. Doctors Without Borders is wrong. Save the Children is wrong. Oxfam is wrong. 100 aid groups are all wrong, Danny. Do you realize how silly you sound?
Zateo, number one in fucking news. Number fucking one. I might actually pull the trigger and subscribe to that shit. I'm subscribed to nothing. I steal all of my media except for video games. My Steam count is 100. My Steam account is 100% legit. I think I have like 10,000 games or something. Okay, but when it comes to movies and TV, I don't have money. I'm not signing up to none of that shit. I'm not signing up to your fucking, news website. I don't have the money. Zateo, I might pull the trigger on Zateo. So, wanted to show you what anti-Semitism actually looks like. We hear a lot about anti-Semitism, right? Well, because of crypto-fascists like Nick Fuentes and their naive, ludicrous followers, like somebody that was in the chat today, who respectfully has not come back. Thank you very much, Davey. You know, anti-Semitism is on the rise, and it's on the rise. So we got to, you know, it actually is on the rise. And of course, the main reason why people are engaging in more anti-Semitism in other countries outside of Israel is because of the actions of the Israeli government. I thought I would show you what anti-Semitism looks like in Israel and how there is... Well, thank you, Davey. I'm shocked you're still here. Absolutely shocked you're still here. But yeah, no, respectfully, your racist, bigoted comments about not having foreigners run our government disgusted me. And yes, I would like you to continue to respect your ban for the rest of the day. Absolutely disgusting. You go in the fucking corner. But I'm absolutely shocked you're still here, which is interesting. Credit to Davey. Anyway, the point that I'm trying to make, rambling point that I'm trying to make, is that actually anti-Semitism is a very real thing. And it absolutely needs to be addressed. How do we address it? We need to address the crimes of the Israeli government, which is like a non-starter for a lot of people screaming anti-Semitism. They don't want to talk about the crimes of Israel. They don't want to talk about how that's the central source of it. Check this out. Check this video out. We're not the only people making the argument that there's a difference between Judaism and Zionism. Okay? We're not the only ones. Here are what Jewish people who believe in Judaism have to say about Zionism and how they've corrupted Judaism, right? About how they've intentionally seeded this idea that everything that is Israel is everything that is Jewish. Okay, and how that is so damaging, right? Because then they weaponize that association. Right? They weaponize that association and say, you're not allowed to criticize this government. You're not allowed to criticize the actions of this government because this government is inherently Jewish. Therefore, criticizing us is inherently anti-Semitic. So here's what Jewish people who disagree with Zionism have to say about the situation. And how does the Zionist government respond to these Jewish people? Yeah, Greg, it's a real problem. And like Nick Fuentes is 100% guilty of that, riding the coattails of this movement. Anyway, this is the Israeli government responding to Jewish people inside Israel.
We're in Mesharim, a Jewish Orthodox neighborhood in the very center of Jerusalem.
Hey, and big props to this kid, by the way. This kid has been on the ground since not the very beginning, but he has been following settler criminals, gets right up in their face. This kid he has more balls than 400 Rambos. Okay, he's out there on the front lines of settler abuse of Palestinians, recording it. Everybody knows who this kid is. The IDF 100% has profiled this kid. I guarantee you this kid is in danger, but he is out there, true hero of the Palestinians. I don't know his name, but I've seen him many times. He's not a tourist. Okay? This guy is more journalism than CNN, NBC, ABC, CBS come fucking bind, dude. Okay? This guy working harder as a journalist than Wolf Blitzer or any of them. Jake Tapper writing his goddamn book about fucking Joe Biden over here. That's what he's spending his time doing. Meanwhile, this kid is literally giving us the scoop on the ground. And there's no way he's even in his 30s. He's risking it all for Palestine, okay? Legit.
neighborhood in the very center of Jerusalem, which has been turned into a kind of a ghetto by the Israeli state. The core of the population of Mea Shearim lived here since before the Zionist state. A lot of them are very anti-Zionist. Today there is a demonstration done at the same time as Israel's Independence Day.
Jews are not Zionists because the Zionist ideology is not Jewish. The Zionist ideology is
soon. If Donald Trump gets what he wants, saying what this guy just said is going to be illegal. I am not going to be allowed to criticize Zionism at all. Like if I reference Zionism in any kind of negative way, it will be intentionally considered anti-Semitic according to the law, and therefore Jeff Bezos he's going to have no choice. I have no choice but to be an anti-Semite as well, right? So, because ironically it's anti-Semitic to allow Zionism to hijack the entire identity of Judaism. It's actually anti-Semitic because actually they're doing a great harm to Jews all over the world, Israel. But anyway, soon it's going to be illegal for me to say what this guy is saying right now about Zionism.
Jews are not Zionists because the Zionist ideology is not Jewish. The Zionist ideology is against the Jewish beliefs. Zionists are not Jews anymore. Even if they were born as Jews, they are not Jews anymore. Of course, we raise the Palestinian flag because, first of all, it's a symbol that we have no war with them. We are against the occupation that they have been going through.
Look, do I want to live amongst them, and would I be totally chill hanging out with them? Absolutely not. Do I disagree with religious Orthodox in general? Sure, yeah, absolutely. But we need to take our victories where we can, okay? And here we have super Jewish people. I'm talking super Jews, right? It doesn't really get much more Jewish than this. And they're like, no, actually, this Zionist project that has intentionally conflated Judaism and Zionism doesn't actually represent our religion. We need to talk about it. We have to bring it up because if we were talking to somebody who was supporting Israel like Barry Weiss, she'd be like, these are just self-hating Jews. These people are irrelevant. They barely exist. There's only like 10 of them. They're all crackpots. Everybody knows Israel is Judaism. 1 + 1 = 2. Right? So we gotta take, what we can get over here.
We are like brothers with each other. We understand that what they suffer is our suffer also. Every spilled blood that we see with them is hurting our heart, especially when it comes from the Jewish nation's name. They stole the Jewish nation's name, Israel, and we are ashamed. We are very ashamed that they do it in our name. They have owned this land. It's called Palestine. They tried to remove the Palestinian name, the Palestinian tradition. They stole the Jewish name and they steal the Palestinian land. There is no freedom here. There is no democracy like you see. We cannot declare our opinions in public. We cannot make a protest in public. And I've personally been beaten.
This fucking guy is hilarious, okay? By the way, I don't know if you've been watching or looking. Maybe you're doing something else. But this guy... this guy has just been hilarious the entire interview.
Today,
they just arrested a father and left his... Holy shit. Fuck. They just arrested a father and left his child in a stroller in the middle of the street alone.
That's the IDF. That's 100% the IDF right there. That's how they do things. Just leaves a fucking kid in the street. This is great because this is what Israeli society thinks of these, because these people are a minority. Let's not get it twisted, right? These Orthodox folks that criticize Israel for its crimes against Palestine, they find it cute. They think it's a novelty, right? Oh, it's just cute. It's just like, oh, it's like you're, moonshine drinking extremists in Alabama. Oh, look at, isn't that cute, honey? He's playing a banjo, right? That's kind of how they view these folks right here. Like, we've so clearly won, like, we've so clearly defeated you. They feel quite smug about it. So it's really interesting that we see this view right here from this guy who clearly is just, he thinks it's hilarious that the IDF is cracking heads on these Orthodox folks.
we want the Palestinians to gain back their lands because we are not thieves. We don't want anything to take out from them.
Continues to be absolutely hilarious over here. Continues to be, hey man, like we're not going to agree on feminism. We'll just say, okay. But this guy's like, I don't want to be a thief. I don't want the world to consider me a thief. And what we're doing is absolutely theft. And I don't think that should be associated with Judaism. That sounds pretty good to me, right? Sounds pretty fucking good to me. I think I know which religious fanatic I'd like to listen to, you know?
We want them to believe peacefully and with freedom, with complete freedom. No apartheid, no apartheid state. We don't.
Him or Ben Gvir, right? Which one? Which religious extremist would you prefer making decisions? I think this guy, right? Because we're going to have to, like, you know, some places you got to pick, you know, you're not getting into political power unless you're a religious extremist. Amazing. You want to talk about SAC? Here we go. SAC International representing. I know, right? Straight up burlap poncho, right? Living that humble ass life, dude. Doesn't even like, oh, this bedspread's too comfortable. Can I sleep on the floor with some wool? I'd like really itchy, untreated wool, please. Burlap sack motherfuckers, okay? But look, you're telling me I got to pick, you know, between extreme Judaism, which is like that's a flavor of extreme Judaism, or extreme Zionism, right? Which one would you prefer to be in charge of Israel? You only get one or two, right? Or another religious extremist, etc. But I think I know how I'd like, yeah, okay, yeah. Sounds pretty good. But let's be clear, they are a minority. Like I said, they're more of a novelty than anything else. I take Alex Jones. His prayer was touching. The one where he went all zombie-eyed. I am a soldier against evil. I will defeat the New World Order. I have pledged to God, my family, and sacrificed everything. Yeah, that really had me convinced. Funny outcome in London Stansted Airport. I don't have time for extra stories. Thank you, though, for your contributions, Al Rakabi. If you want the Discord link, I'd be happy to give it to you, and you can contribute those links there. We got to keep it moving, folks. So, but check it out. SAC Incorporated over here. Italian dock workers threatened to, quote-unquote, shut down all of Europe if Gaza aid flotilla is blocked. Love to hear it. I don't know how serious they are, but I love to fucking hear it.
A tutti, ma veramente a tutti, intorno a metà settembre queste barche arriveranno vicine alla costa di Gaza e arriveranno nella zona critica. Se noi soltanto per 20 minuti perdiamo il contatto con le nostre barche, con i nostri compagni e le nostre compagne, noi blocchiamo tutta l'Europa. E me lo sono scritto qua così non mi dimentico. Insieme al nostro sindacato USB, insieme a tutti i lavoratori portuali che ci stanno, insieme a tutta la città di Genova. Da questa regione escono 13-14 mila container.
You know, the slavish defense of Israel by all these large nations has been very, very interesting. And I even now, hundreds of hours of, you know, research or whatever you want to call this, like observation, right? I still don't think I can zero in on a why. Because, like, look at Keir Starmer. What are you doing, man? Throwing away, you know, personal, you know, civil rights in your own country. You're dropping the ball on a bunch of other things, and you're gonna like slop it on with this like pro-Israel stuff, and you're gonna, you know, Palestinian action. We're gonna drag grandmas away for holding up signs like it's motherfucking Moscow. All for Israel? Are you you know, like, why? Why? Some colonial project started decades ago by people that, you know, made decisions before you were even born. You're going to throw away your entire political ambition and career for that project? I don't legitimately get it. I don't get it. And we're, you know, and like Maloney over here in Italy, why? Why? It can't all just be I hate brown people. Right? That's what I'm saying, Greg. Like, what is actually happening here? Okay? Because like I said, we're seeing Keir Starmer flush it all away. You do not need this. You do not need these fucking headlines right now, Keir. And he puts it upon himself. Right, and you know, nope, and he's like, defends it. We got to do this. and it's like, is Maloney really going to do this as well? Really? Why? I still don't get it. Probably afraid to differ from the USA. I mean, it's just none of these are all good answers, but in my opinion, none of them really click. Like, oh, that makes sense. Yeah, I'll throw away my political career for that one, right? All my ambition, whatever I want, chuck it down the bin. Like, no answer to me really clicks. I mean, outside of Compromat, but that's just too easy. Come on, Keir Starmer, fucking beans and toast. Keir Starmer, you got dick on that. What do you got? A video of him jerking off to what? Fucking Bang Bros. He's into big booty Latinas. Is that all you got? You know what I mean? Like, they got nothing. You got nothing on Keir Starmer. Like, what the fuck? He's just fucking cranking it. Thank you, Albert Copy. I'll review that and we'll see what we can do for next stream. Thank you. Love to hear it. Love to hear it. Yeah. We'll see where it goes. But the heart's in the right place. The rhetoric's on point. We'll see where it goes. Hopefully, if it comes across my radar, we will be doing a follow-up. I'll let you know. Here is another hero in uniform standing up for human rights. Once again, heroes. Heroes. They're there. You're not going to see them on Morning Joe, but they are there.
Complicit in a genocide! You're complicit in a genocide!
It is an honor to hear.
All right. Hang on just a second.
We got some democracy happening here real quick. We got to make sure we got to nip this in the bud. Get rid of that free speech situation over here. We got a free speech situation.
The Constitution of the United States.
Off to jail.
Woke Patriots got the bomb-ass book recommendations, so I'm sure that's a winner. Right, so two heroes in uniform right there, representing real America. Representing a real military that cares about human rights. You know, Greg, nothing clicks. No answer clicks. You know what I mean? You got Compromat on Keir Starmer? I don't buy it. What makes a man throw everything away for this, for murder? I don't get it. Anyway, so this is a follow-up to the hospital strike that Israel attacked, Nasser Hospital, maybe, one of them. But they did a triple strike. They struck a location, waited for people to show up, hit it again, and then they did the third one just for giggles, slapped it again with another one. Apparently, this is their justification for destroying that target. This is a Hamas gun emplacement, right? It's a camera, some kind of dust cover. I don't know. I don't know why they were covering the camera. Maybe lighting, maybe heat. I don't know. Maybe dust. Probably dust, if I would say, right? Because it's a very dusty environment. Camera set up to do news interviews. The main reason why they would do news interviews in this location is that they were actually able to get signal. The IDF has known this the entire time. They 100% knew that's what was going on. They intentionally targeted these journalists because they were doing their job. Israel has killed more journalists in this conflict than in World War II and Vietnam combined. Little over 60 for each conflict. Imagine, only 60, roughly around 60 in World War II, 62, 60-something. Imagine, the entire world fucking war. Israel has killed over 200 journalists. It's because they are intentionally targeting them. Wearing a press vest, you might as well be wearing a shoot me vest, and the IDF does it with a smile on their face. Moving on to the next. This Palestinian, who's, I guess, doing quite well on YouTube, good for him. I think he sets his VPN to be in Israel, and then he goes on Omegle. This is kind of a popular social media thing, right? So he goes on. He's a Palestinian. He tries to speak to people on Omegle, which is like it's like literally like chat roulette. If you remember chat roulette, just run into random people. I don't have the time to do it, but I guess it does fascinate me. If I was single, I'd be doing this all day. Because look at some of the shit you run into, right? Sometimes you get strippers and stuff advertising their wares. You get a lot of guys just jerking their dick straight up. But every once in a while, you get like a harem, apparently. You get a fucking strip club or something. And they're usually selling OnlyFans or something like that. Well, anyway, he intentionally tries to speak to Israelis, and he says, "Hey, I'm Palestinian," and then you get their reaction. It's a lot of jerking. Let's be real, but it's also good content. So you can, it's good content here. But it's as disgusting as you would expect. The ingrained racism of your average Israeli citizen is laid bare. Not just adults. He runs into a child who is on this service as well. Don't ask. This is the internet. But I'm going to show you a couple examples here. The racism starts from year one. The indoctrination starts from year one. The dehumanization starts year one in Israel. There's no other way to put it. Like, these people are brainwashed when it comes to their hatred for Palestinians.
Hi, I'm from Palestine.
No, listen. Peace, peace.
Peace?
Yes, peace.
Okay, so free Palestine?
No. After we kill all Gaza, then it will be peace.
This is normalized because they do this in their celebrations. We've seen videos, weddings, birthdays. There's pop songs. There's literally like Israel pop star people who sing songs celebrating the eradication of all Palestine. And it's always met with vigorous applause. It is without doubt brainwashing.
There are 1 million children in Gaza, and you want them all gone? You said you wanted peace by killing Palestinians. Unfortunately, they teach their kids that to have peace is by getting rid of Palestinians.
Yeah, it's a 1 + 1 + 1 equation. So this was cut up pretty bad, right? The conversation went a little longer than, so make sure you look this guy up. I'm sure there's longer versions. I don't know who this guy is. Maybe we'll get his name in the next one. Wait, this isn't the right. Hold on. We'll get to that. What? I had one. Shit, I must have put it somewhere else. Wait. No, that's no. Nope. I had 2 examples. What happened? Producer, you're fired. Who set this up? What, were you high? What do you mean, yes? What do you mean it's you? Where'd he go? Oh, okay. Well, anyway, there was another example where he talked to a young girl. I swear to God, like 7 years old. And she was like, kill them all, kill them all. I wish I had it. I don't know where it went. Here's a different video that should make you disgusting. Should make you disgusted. What goes through your mind seeing this? That's the person who posted it said that here. But I think this is a compilation by the Euromed Human Rights Monitor. Regarding your earlier point, maybe Mossad got Starmer on Omegle cranking it like hell. That would be funny, dude. No one would believe you. No one would believe. Oh, dude, he was an impersonator. No, dude, I showed my dick to Keir Starmer and he started jerking it. I swear to God, it was Keir Starmer, bro. No, dude, it was AI. Come on, no one would believe you, dude. Like, I'm Keir Starmer. No one would believe you. But even then, because that's just consensual stuff. Like, do we think Keir Starmer is a fucking, Randy Andy? No, I just don't see it, But you never know. Like, that's the thing about some of these, pedophiles is that they're actually totally regular, normal guys. But, they're embracing a darker side. So this is pretty disgusting stuff. I better get my filter up just in case. 1 second here. Let me get my filter ready. There we go, right there. Just want to make sure that's in place just in case we see something that we shouldn't see. I've reviewed this video. I don't think there's anything nasty in here, but just in case. Just showcases what daily life has been like in Gaza for the last 2 years now, since October 7th. Just literally, and like I love how there's no fear, right? Because he doesn't have to worry about people shooting back. It does happen, but just indiscriminately, randomly opening up on a civilian population, basically. Right. Maybe this is a training video, though. I don't think so. I think the Euromed Human Rights Monitor, maybe they're funded. I don't know. But this is the kind of shit that they do all the time, just indiscriminately opening up, right? Hamas everywhere, blah, 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 just lazily. No, not worried at all about it, because like in Ukraine, when you see guys opening up, they're like, they're tight. They're trying to hit targets. They're trying to make sure that they're not getting smacked themselves, because they're in a war zone and they expect return fire. This guy, he's just, another Sunday afternoon, emptying out buckets and buckets of ammo. Cringe TikTok. Did I make it to cringe? Oh, Davey over here. God damn it, Davey. Thank you, Davey. All right. All right. I have released you. I have released you. Your 1-day ban is over. This is the exact video that I was talking about. Frightening stuff. It starts at year 1. And, like this guy was explaining, it's 1 + 1 = 2 to them. It's logic. And that is very intentional. It's a very smart and frightening and brutal brainwashing, grooming campaign that the Israeli government insists upon public education, TV, media, everything. They have full control over it. It's never talked about. It's as bad in Russia, or maybe even worse than Russia, in terms of the intentional indoctrination. And this is the result right here. This little 7-year-old girl, this is common sense.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, where are you from? Israel?
Yes. Yes.
I'm from Palestine. Relax. I'm from Palestine. I'm a human like you.
Free Israel.
Free Israel? From what? You don't like Palestine?
No, Palestine.
Why? They're children, bro. She's trying to punch me through the screen. They are taught to hate Palestinians at such a young age. They look at Palestinians as animals, unfortunately. That is just the reality.
That is true. Yeah. Thank you, Davey, once again for finding me that clip. It's exactly what I wanted to show. Let's get back to this one. I wish I had a source here. I wish we could see what he was shooting at. This could very easily be training footage. Regardless, we know this happens. We've seen footage of what being in the crowd looks like when they're corralling people at the aid center, and then they just start opening up, and you can hear the bullets flying over them. It's like Dresden everywhere. Everywhere's Dresden, dude. I swear to God, I haven't seen shit like this since World War II. Intentional. Every single house. This is hundreds of millions of dollars of ordnance. Tens of thousands of fucking bombs, dude. Boom, 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 boom. Systemic annihilation. Systemic. Every single one. Chechnya, great example. Great example. We got to talk about Chechnya more on this stream. turn it down here a little bit. Now, in some of these, they warn people, others that they don't, right? Some of these, they'll do a knock strike, which is basically a bomb that does not penetrate, but it explodes on top of the building, which basically says you got 5 minutes or less to get out of this building. Sometimes they do that. Sometimes they don't. So sometimes you're just straight chilling, literally with your family, and then you're dead 4 milliseconds later. No warning whatsoever. No terrorists, no, you know, it's just kids, you know, women and children mostly. Oh. Be careful here. Right. And then Israel with the relocations, it's pretty clear what's happening with the relocations, right? You get people just exhausted, just so tired of moving from place to place. They never allow them to settle ever in one location. They have to eat. So if they go to the south, they have to go back to the north. If they hang out the north too long, they got to go back to the south. It's intentional. Whoa, 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 whoa. That was a child. Okay, I think the editor fucking fucked up here, dude. I think something's supposed to be happening here. I think this is where they were supposed to put the data. All right, tell you, can't get good AI these days. Is that it? Okay, no, here we go. AI fucked up, guys. Unironically. Oh shit. Okay, so that was a civilian. That was a civilian getting shot in the leg. I was able to get the blur up in time, but that was a young boy. They were trying to escape sniper fire. That group of people, and one kid was shot in the fucking leg. Aftermath of a strike right here. See, and this one. So this one's right here. They don't. In this case right here, this is a refugee camp on the beach. These are plastic tents. They don't even do a no-knock. You're literally in a refugee camp. Your home has already been blown up. You've been relocated to this location, and then they fucking bomb you anyway. The reason why they do this is to reinforce the concept that no place is safe in this place. The only way you're ever not going to be bombed by us is if you voluntarily relocate. It's just disgusting. We haven't, you know, third world dictators like African, you know, African countries, the dictators in Africa, you see this kind of shit, Boko Haram. Like if they had Israel's military, this is the kind of shit that they would be doing instead of pulling up on girls' schools and kidnapping every girl, throwing them in a truck and then selling them to slavery, right? They'd be doing this kind of indiscriminate bombing on civilian locations. Russia and Israel, they look at civilian groupings of civilians and they just lick their fucking chops and push the missile button, hitting that whopper button all day, dude. So this is the kind of shit you see on IDF social media. This is an IDF soldier showing that this is a peace protester. And he decided to post this to his own social media. Ha, isn't this badass? With my high-powered sniper rifle. And remember, this is the same military that says these are all accidents. Oh, whoopsie. Did I shoot an incredibly accurate high caliber bullet into your child? Whoopsie doodle. It's 100% intentional. They sight it up, they pull the trigger, and their goddamn superior officer tells them to do it. So here's what IDF social media looks like. Look, I got you zeroed in. I could literally splatter your brains one click away from splattering your fucking brains. And what kind of punishment would I get? A high five. I'd get a high five. So this is if you don't know about this operation here called Tracking Genocide, they actually scour Israeli social media for things like this. And you know, because a lot of the time they're pressured by the IDF. Hey, delete that shit, man. You're making us look bad. Oh, you made it to the news. You know, cut it out. So tracking genocide saves all this stuff, all the tweets, everything, saves it all. There's a record. We'll never forget. Okay, you're going to have to send IDF goons to, I don't know, delete the servers or something. We'll never fucking forget this. Supporters of Israel. I'm going to take this as good news. Okay. All right. The fucking, the bar is low. Okay. But I'm going to take this as good news. So I actually reported on this and I was disgusted by it. You might recognize this boy right here. It was the soldier who was, he was a contractor, a U.S. contractor working in Israel on behalf of the IDF. And he was saying, I just handed this kid food. And 5 minutes later, he was slaughtered. He was shot indiscriminately by the IDF. So I guess he was mistaken. Because, of course, what are they trying to say? Oh, look, it's the fake. Everything's fake. Look, they're just making everything up. This is all Hamas propaganda. Look, see, he's alive. Everything else, insinuating, of course, that everything else you've heard is a lie. No, we just got lucky. So the U.S. soldier, he saw a different dead kid. That's probably what happened. He saw a different dead kid and in the chaos thought it was this kid that he had just, like the kid was like kissing his hand and thanking him for the donation, right? But hey, this is good news. He's alive, folks. All right? He's currently being used as a propaganda tool by the IDF, et cetera, but the kid's alive. That's all that I care about. Like, I don't care. We'll take the L. I'll push back on the propaganda. I'll point out the nuance, even though it, makes me look like an equivocator, makes me look like I support propaganda. I don't. We know the slaughters happen almost every single day at that single aid location. We've seen the footage. I've covered it. We know what happens. They cordon them in, and make it chaotic. And then once, people think that they're not going to get food, it creates a riot. And then they quell the riot by opening up fire on them. We've seen it. Literally happens almost every day. So we know this happens. But thankfully, this person who reported on this soldier who was there, said he was disgusted, was mistaken. It was a different dead kid. I 100% believe this guy was telling the truth. It just seems like he was mistaken. He saw a different dead kid. And that's great news. One less dead kid. I'll fucking take it, dude. I will take it. Right? This beautiful child. Absolutely tragic. He was, he didn't have a full aid package. He had whatever he could scrounge up off the ground. And he's alive and happy somewhere away from this conflict. I'll fucking take it, dude. I will take it. If you want to read this article right here, maybe pick through it, because I haven't picked through it. Maybe I'm missing something. Maybe you want to make sure, confirm. There's the link right there.
Maybe let's just start with...
This is tangentially related. Yemen's Houthi government, PM killed in Israeli strike. Shockingly, I have heard... almost like, to quote Kyle Kalinske, Dickie McGeezax about this shit. Where the fuck is the story? Israel assassinated the prime minister of Yemen, dog. And a bunch of his cabinet. Murked. Head of the government. Decapitated. Straight up, stone cold coup shit. And have you heard anything on mainstream media? I mean, fucking nothing, dude. Nothing, dude. Kyle Kalinske covered this. I'm not even sure if TYT has covered this. Democracy Now! Was all over this shit because they were. They're 100% still on top of covering the military-industrial complex, so Democracy Now! Was all over this. But it was like Kyle Kalinske. I mean, it's not like I watch every single fucking news channel on planet Earth, right? So I'm sure there were some others. But almost zero mainstream coverage of a stone-cold assassination of the entire government of Yemen. Maybe I'm missing something here, but this seems huge. But Tell me you've heard anybody talking about it, because I know I haven't. I watch BBC, Sky News, NBC, ABC. I'm trying to cut CBS out of my diet. Fuck, I watch Fox News, One American News, fucking Newsmax, all the free shit that I get on my fucking TV. I haven't seen it.
The killing of the Houthi prime minister and several other members of his cabinet. How significant is this, and how likely is it to deter Houthis from the attacks that they've been leveling at assets in the region?
Good morning. Yes, very significant. These are the first high-level political officials that Israel has assassinated from the Houthi group. But
okay, so that's why no one gives a shit, because it's the Houthis, and it's like Al Qaeda, maybe a little bit bigger than Al Qaeda kind of shit.
Is also very significant because I remember last week when the airstrikes took place on Thursday and were reported by Pan-Arab media, Abdel Malik al-Houthi, the head of the group, the leader of the group, was delivering a live televised speech. So this is also a message to him that they can get him as well to trying to deter those attacks against Israel. But as we've seen from the Houthis over and over again, they keep saying that they won't stop, and the only time they would stop if the war in Gaza.
My wife and I watched NHK's coverage of the sumo wrestling tournaments that happen every other month. We love sumo wrestling in this house. We watch it all the time.
Stops as well.
Yeah, and Israel continue to go on the offensive with their adversaries in the region, decimating many of these Iranian proxies, Iranian allies around the region.
Crazy.
Again, over the weekend, they say that they have also killed the Hamas.
Someone in the chat told me about this major world event that I should know about, but I'm in my own insulated bubble. It's crazy. I don't really do any work myself. My chat just sets everything up, and then I hit play. Wow.
Spokesperson Abu Ataiba.
Right. Okay, Davey. That's why it's not the big stink. Okay, because it's the Houthis. It's not the Yemeni government. It's not the legitimate. It's the head of the Yemeni of the Houthi government. Okay, that's what's going on.
Significant from the perspective of Hamas as well,
Lenny,
because there really aren't that many Hamas figureheads left in Gaza anymore.
No, and he is very significant, right? He's an icon. He used to deliver these taped diatribes against Israel. He used to warn Israel all the time using religious rhetoric. It's more, definitely would impact the morale of Hamas supporters and Hamas fighters as well. I think Abu Ubaida's killing would also mean that Israel is escalating its fight in Gaza City, right? This is the plan that they want to seize the city and invade and take over and decimate Hamas.
And intensifying. And of course, we do have
we should still be talking about this. This is still an incredibly brazen move. But yeah, I mean, no one has any love for the Houthis. Maybe Hassan does a little bit. I don't know, man. But it's like, this is not, look, there's ways you do need to, if you're in the situation that you're in, when it comes to, countries outside of the big 15 or whatever, and you're like a small thing and you gotta, play the game, being adversarial to the United States. It's just like, let me ask you, has Hamas done more for the Palestinians, or have they made Palestinian life objectively worse with their resistance? At what point, how badly do you got to fail, even though if you want to try to claim I'm doing this for the people, right? How bad do you got to fail before people are allowed to say you're incompetent, get off the stage,
UN General Assembly coming up in a few weeks' time. Many countries around the world moving to recognize Palestinian statehood, but Palestinians themselves have been denied visa entry.
I will say their defense of Palestine, causing all this trouble, has been, I don't know, if they're legitimately doing it for the Palestinian people, then it has been a heroic effort to, to put a wrench in this operation, with the kidnappings, with the fucking piracy. If they are truly doing it in the name of Palestinian human rights, like they claim, then I do think that deserves some accolade. At the very least, you're doing the wrong thing for the right reasons. But I'm skeptical about that. I'm skeptical. that this was all about Palestine, but maybe that's just my own cynicism.
Into the U.S.
Right. The likes of Mahmoud Abbas and other officials, the Palestinian president, has been denied these visas to the UN. Now, this is quite unusual and breaks with precedent that the U.S. has always delivered these or issued visas for all of its adversaries, even Iranian officials, those who couldn't get visas on a usual day. Now, this won't, I would say, wouldn't derail the effort by France and backed heavily by Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman's effort to recognize a Palestinian state and host the two-state solution summit, but it would definitely undermine it for sure.
What is this, 2005? Yeah, it might derail the two-state negotiations, guys. Trump's hilarious rebrand? Okay. No, I'll watch that one later. Okay. Snow White backlash? Oh, clickbait. Gal Gadot deserves 100% all the criticism. Not only is she a terrible actress, but she's just an ignorant fool all around. So she 100% deserves it. Everyone, breathe. We're done with Gaza. We're done. Do I have...
Emotional damage.
We're done with our emotional damage, okay? Let's talk about ignorant neoliberalism, huh? Much more fun. Let's shit on some neoliberals, guys. Let's kick back, crack a coldie, right? Get out them toast and beans. I've had it. It's delicious. Bust out the beef Wellington. Beef Wellington, is fucking Churchill still here? Winston Churchill, are you still here? Kralev's at it. Stop, please stop. Please stop. Okay. Now the stream is 100% Gaza. We're just going to do 8 hours of Gaza, guys. We should be if I was running a news network, I would just have like a 24/7 Gaza coverage, something, right? I would do that. You know what I mean? If I had the resources of an NBC or a CNN, it would just be, okay, here's your, 24/7 Gaza update. Here's the latest crimes being committed. Here's your genocide update. I just got the check. I just got the IDF check, guys, from Mossad, hooking it up fat. Who's the Palestinian guy who was doing the chat roulette? I didn't get his name. I don't know. Maybe if Super Davey gave us the link, so I don't know. Is the link still here? What is this link? No, that's not the right link. I don't know the guy's name, but we should like and subscribe if we can. Moving over to the UK, and it's definitely tangentially related here, because as I've mentioned before, Keir Starmer, for some mysterious reason, okay, like maybe they got the good shit on him, right? Maybe they got the Jeffrey Epstein tape on Keir Starmer. I don't know. But for some reason, he's throwing it all away. On top of his failed economic policies, his scattershot government that he can't even keep together. He's got Angela Rayner disappearing on him. He's shuffling the deck of the Titanic. Meanwhile, Nigel Farage over here digging his grave and singing a jaunty tune at some fucking pub while he walks over the Tories and the Labour Party to a seemingly easy victory on using the usual racist rhetoric that Keir Starmer is so desperate is now basically agreeing with, just like Joe Biden did. Joe Biden out here bragging about, I proposed the Heritage Fund ideas about immigration and they voted it down. Oh, big slam dunk. Take that. God damn it. Where's my thing? There we go. Take that, Mitch McConnell. I agree with you completely, and I tried to implement your agenda and you voted against it. Big slam dunk. Well, we're seeing the same thing with Keir Starmer, repeating fucking dog whistling kind of anti-immigration language, talking about a real England or some shit. The whole situation, flopping and floundering. They can't even fake it like the Tories are able to half the time, right? Boris Johnson, you know he's a fucking idiot, but at least he's exuding some kind of confidence. Keir Starmer over here, we got anti-Semitism. So here he is shitting on, once again, more drama. If it isn't taking away the heating allowance, it's, from old people. It's dragging away old people and throwing them in a jail cell. It's like over 100 people have been arrested for holding up a little sign, little sign that says, "I support Palestinian action," a group that is a terrorist organization. Why? Because they spray painted red paint on a fucking airplane, folks. That's what makes them dangerous terrorists. You're totally deranged if you hold up a sign that says, "I support Palestinian action." Keir Starmer doubling down. The gift that keeps on fucking giving to Nigel Farage, because what does this right-wing populist need right in his pocket? Well, a goddamn stomping all over civil liberties. Oh man, it's the gift that keeps on. You just doing this job for Nigel, huh? What do you work for the man? So here comes this dishonest, grifting, pro-Brexit carnival barker, chugging beers and claiming he's got the solutions to everything. Total fucking nightmare. Way worse than the Tories. Coasting to victory. Who do we have to blame? One-term Keir. Who do we have to fucking blame? Who's the guy making the decisions right now? One-term Keir. Yeah, Eric. It's from an outside, Yankee Canadian perspective. That's my perspective. All I'm seeing is all the mistakes Barack Obama and Joe Biden made. Repeated almost one-to-one by Keir Starmer. And it's like, I'm good at this. I'm good at politics. I'm the adult in the room. I know what I'm doing. Swirl in the fucking drain, man. And it's like, now we're getting turbocharged Tories who have no governmental experience whatsoever. It seems pretty fucking familiar. So this is great. Declassified UK. Make sure you're liking and subscribing, folks. This is the good shit. Now look at that. 7 hours ago, only 15,000 viewers. Spread the word. Get liked. Get subscribed. Get them in your algorithm. We need more of this. You're not going to see this shit on the BBC. I swear to God, I watch the BBC, dude. It's a travesty. It's not about what they talk about, because the subjects that they do talk about, they tend to get into them a little bit, have some context. It's the shit they don't talk about. And let me tell you, you could fill a lake with the shit that the BBC doesn't talk about. I will say, though, when they have talked about this, they often do the 50-50 interview the guy who supports the labor position, and then also interviews with people from the crowd who are like, can you believe they just dragged away an 86-year-old woman for holding up a sign? They don't have an opinion on it, but that is the coverage that I've seen from the BBC. But let me tell you, it's about what they don't talk about. That's how they lie. All right, let's get into this. This video is rock solid. I've seen the whole thing already. Good shit, good shit, good shit. And it's just like, we shouldn't be talking about this. It really, just from a strategic point of view, all Keir Starmer really needs to, he's going to piss off some pro-Israeli supporters. Whoop-de-doo, dude. You're going to gain so much more by doing this. And he just doesn't see it. I think he is legitimately bad at politics. Keir Starmer and the Labor government, Labor Party. I think they legitimately up their own anus, don't know what's happening, don't know how to make proper decisions here. Because, you're not going to see progressive liberalism in the UK for fucking decades because of this guy.
Hundreds of people have been arrested for protesting peacefully against the ban on Palestine action.
Who do you serve? Who do you protect?
I'm gonna go get more
Keir
ice
Starmer's Labour government has classed
weed.
the group as a terrorist organisation after some of its members sprayed paint on military aircraft. We've uncovered footage from Parliament's original debate about the Terrorism Act 2000, the law under which Palestine action has been banned. Even then, MPs foresaw that activist groups could be caught up in the new terrorism legislation.
Whether or not Greenpeace or Animal Liberation Front groups could be named as terrorist organisations, either by him as the current Home Secretary or by any future Home Secretary.
Greenpeace and anti-war groups were pretty radical in the 1990s, committing serious acts of criminal damage. They broke into nuclear submarine bases and also destroyed 2 British-made Hawk aircraft that were due to be sold to Indonesia for use in East Timor, where civilians were being massacred.
Would my honourable friend care to take account of those people who commit violence against property, serious violence against property, not with a view to destroying life, but with a view to saving life, such as those women who attacked the Hawk aircraft with hammers, and some of them were acquitted, and the Trident Ploughshare 2000 organisation, which attacks the Trident submarine to save life, not to destroy it. They may be right, they may be wrong, we may have lots of discussion about that, but are they terrorists?
Tomorrow morning I'm in the Middlesex court defending a woman who put some graffiti outside the House of Commons against nuclear weapons, a very courageous woman. I've known her for years. Now, if you define the damage to property as terrorism, that woman could be a terrorist.
Jack Straw was Blair's Home Secretary. He gave MPs this assurance.
The new definition will not catch the vast majority of so-called domestic activist groups which exist in this country today. I know of no evidence whatever that Greenpeace is involved in any activity which would remotely fall within the scope of this legislation.
At that time, Greenpeace was known for campaigning against genetically modified crops by ripping them out of the ground. Activists were arrested and put on trial for criminal damage. Some were acquitted, but the new terror law included serious damage to property as part of its definition, and even Tory MPs were worried that Greenpeace activists could be prosecuted as terrorists.
If I was a supporter of Greenpeace, which I am not, or Friends of the Earth, which I am not, and I had it in mind to grub up a field of GM crops or set fire to them, I would in fact say of that act, it is serious violence to property. Now, in respect of all of those characters and individuals, I disapprove of them very strongly. And I'm glad to say that the existing criminal law, in almost every respect, covers their activity. But if I ask myself the question, should they be treated as terrorists, I'm bound to say, no way.
Examples of the kind which the right honourable gentleman raises are easy to invent, but in practice, I'd say this to the right honourable gentleman, in practice what we're talking about is threats of serious violence.
Pretty fascinating stuff, isn't it? Sorry, I'm going to have to talk quiet. Might have woken my baby. But pretty interesting how Jeremy Corbyn, and his group was like, well, this can obviously be abused and reinterpreted. And they're like, oh, impossible. It can't be. And sure enough, just a little over a decade later, and like needlessly, we're not talking about an emergency here. Like, we don't need to be backing up Israel. It's not existential for Israel. You know what I mean? Not even close. And he's pulling this shit.
Of course, there is a fine dividing line.
A fine line which Straw's successor, Yvette Cooper, believes Palestine Action falls on the wrong side of, apparently because of their damage to arms factories and military bases.
Attacks on national security infrastructure. That's the basis on which this organisation has been prescribed.
So why has Palestine Action been banned under this law?
Because paint is the same thing as like what we see with Ukraine and Russia, right? Same thing. They put spray cans in their little drones, right? Not explosives that destroy and shred.
One of the allegations made by...
Of course, what Ukraine is doing is not terrorism, right?
The group is that the Terrorism Act has been twisted by the Home Office to appease Israeli interests, like the arms firm Elbit, which has held contracts with the MOD and is now being considered for a £2 billion training deal with the British military. Surprisingly, A similar scenario was raised back in 1999,
This guy.
even by a supporter of the new law.
Now, do I think Tony Blair do they have some shit on Tony Blair? Yeah, because it makes zero sense. This guy, oh, he loves it. He loves Zionism, loves it all. No, they got the good shit on Tony. They got the good shit on Tony.
Supposing there was a very major defense contract worth billions.
Tony Blair, he advocated for the Iraq War. Was buddy with George Bush and went right along with the whole Iraq War boondoggle.
Billions of pounds over a large number of years.
There he is, Satan.
Let us say a government in the Middle East was exerting pressure on the British government that if they wanted that contract, there would be an expectation that action should be brought against a militant group which may be active in London in terms of conspiring and drawing together the international campaign. I mean, does my honourable friend not believe or foresee circumstances, certainly not under a Labour government, but perhaps under other governments in the future, where that kind of pressure could pay off?
So that's so interesting. They were giving a break to the Labour government. They're like, well, maybe the Labour government wouldn't do something so egregious, but of course the Tories might. And how ironic is it that over nothing we see this new Labour government, right? Because Keir Starmer knows what he's doing. By the way, is the Labour government going to have like a moment of self-reflection after Keir Starmer fails? Are they going to be like, wow, I guess we went too conservative. We went too far to the right. We went too centrist. Clearly people want leftist populism. Look, we even see the Reform Party make certain progressive policy points as part of their manifesto, right? We see the Reform Party, gesturing towards certain forms of socialism even. So surely we need to do the same thing. We should have a self-reflection on what didn't work with Keir Starmer's, idea of what the Labour Party should be, which is pro-corporate, pro-war, basically Tory light. So do we continue with the Tory light, or do we actually do something about the direction of our party? Well, I tell you what the fuck they're going to do. They're just going to be like, let's tweak the message. Let's tweak the message. Let's literally change nothing. Let's not acknowledge the failures of Keir Starmer, and let's tweak the message. Kick anybody out that disagrees, by the way.
I genuinely don't believe that would happen. And
dead wrong.
The reason for that is because
multi-million-dollar education, right? Whole thing, smart, erudite, well-spoken, dead fucking wrong. Nice suit, more expensive than your house. Okay, loves the queen, biscuits and fucking toast and beans or whatever, right? Got the fucking Union Jack up in the kitchen. Wrong. Abused.
Decisions about.
Never let them do this. Never let them make the argument that if they're making the argument that we need to remove some liberty, we need to remove some freedom for your safety. You got to make. There needs to be like quadruple checks and balances. You shouldn't be able to just slide something in on a debate that's barely attended and then just bing bang boom. You shouldn't be able to get away with this and then set up what is fucking a police state right now in the UK. If you walk out of your home in the UK, hold up a sign that says Palestinian action, they arrest you. That is a police state on par with Moscow.
Prosecution. Let us assume for a moment that holders of my office, regardless
it should not be this easy.
Party, are completely venal and only have an interest in securing this defence contract and no other interest. Let us make that assumption. It would not be a holder of my office or any member of the government who would make the decision about prosecution.
Campbell Saver's prediction that a future UK government could be pressured by a Middle Eastern government over a defence contract seems to have come true. Only it was a Labour government who came under pressure.
Yeah, colonist, yeah. Oh, but no, not over acknowledging Palestine. It's about this terrorist group.
Pro-Israel groups to ban Palestine action.
Look at this, man. Look at this. Man, the warning signs were there, dude. You should want nothing to do with Tony Blair in the 21st century in UK politics. Future of Britain? You mean this decrepit failure is the future of Britain? My God. The warning signs were clear.
Which takes us to where we are today. 25 years since the terrorist match was passed.
Hero. Believes in free speech. Hero. Believes
Palestine
in
Action
rights.
is appealing against the ban at the High Court, and some of its legal arguments are based on this debate from 1999. Ultimately, a judge will have to decide whether Jack Straw's law is being applied as Parliament intended.
And Keir Starmer just sacrificing his whole career for this shit. Can you believe? Can you believe that? So we showed you Zateo. Let's show you some Navarra media. Let's see what the commies have to say about this. Just kidding. Pro-Palestine activists raided for planning Zoom call. So this footage is unbelievable. And if I were to tell you, I should have just lied to you and said this is Russia, right? Here we go. Here's another, here's another example of the Russian government, getting mad at somebody for saying something that they didn't like on social media. But this is in the UK. This is Keir Starmer right here. This is what he believes in. It is conceivable that the British government crackdown on protesters is intended in some kind to show good faith, show to Israel in response to Starmer's promise to recognize Palestine. I mean, if you would agree that is not working, if that's the case, you know what I mean? Like, if that is the strategy, like that's a dumper of it. That's a shiny, stinking, big old fat one, dude. You know what I mean? If that's the calculus, like, you're wrong. You know what I mean? But maybe you're trying to get into his head and trying to figure out why does this make sense to Keir Starmer, right? Because I don't get it. Yeah, I'd accept that. That's as good a reason as any. But man, is he wrong. Wow. What an epic miscalculation. He does not need this. That's another thumper dump, right? No, I mean, he's just like he's got his own fucking problems. He promised growth. We're getting tepid growth. He promised, what else did he promise? Less, a solution, a common sense human rights solution to the small boats immigration problem, right? He promised relief for the middle class and lower class, right? We're going to finally do something, and he just hasn't. He's got his own problems, and he's just does not need this. I don't think I can judge if it's working until UNGA meets and he does or does not follow through. I feel pretty confident in saying, I don't know, he's going to fuck that up somehow. I don't quite know what you're talking about. What is UNGA? But whatever it is, he's going to fucking flub it up. UNGA? What is that? UN General Assembly? The UN General Assembly? Yeah, he's going to fuck that up. Considering the conditions Starmer set that Israel has no intentions of following, I think it will fail. Yeah, no, Israel isn't stopping. They're not going to let a little bitch like Keir Starmer get in their way. Anti-Semite. They'll spend millions of dollars trying to defeat him politically. Keir Starmer doesn't want to see. They'll go all in on reform. They'll just absolutely shower the UK airwaves with anti-Starmer advertising. And he's a coward. He doesn't know how to combat that. He doesn't know how to retort. He doesn't know how to, steer the zeitgeist. He's not a leader. He's not a fucking leader. If Starmer votes fascist things to keep votes, people will vote the real fascists. That's what that grin, 100%. Yep. Yes. I think Israel's not really intimidated by anyone recognizing Palestine as exactly. And he's still hemming and hawing. He's still, I don't know. Okay, so yeah, of course, what you're talking about is Macron announcing I'm 100% recognizing the state of Palestine at the next UN General Assembly, and then Keir Starmer, and was it Italy or was it Germany? Germany. It wasn't Germany. Definitely wasn't Germany. But it was like the UK and maybe France. No. God, what is it? Not France. Some other country. Wasn't it just the UK? They softly said we're going to do the same thing. They kind of maybe agreed that they're going to do it. Yeah, no, woke patriot. I think, I don't know. There is like a 50-50 chance. I don't know. Are you really going to fuck this one up too, Keir? He might. Because I think he's probably going to do it, but in like a namby-pamby capitulate, like, you know, well, if Hamas promises to not be bad dudes anymore, then maybe we officially recognize maybe the state of maybe Palestine, maybe. Right? Maybe. He's probably going to do that. He's probably going to try to both sides it.
Of direct action group Palestine Action. In dawn raids across the country this morning, 7 people from Defend Our Juries were arrested under Section 12 of the Terrorism Act. The number of arrests went from 5 to 7. This came just hours before they were scheduled to give a press conference on Saturday's upcoming protest. Here's the moment 25-year-old Paddy Friend, a law student, was arrested under...
You think France is going to bitch out too? You think so? The pressure on him must be immense right now.
Terrorism law.
So yeah, this is what happens. Britain in 2025.
Wow, look at this.
Opposing genocide.
All right, just watch your wrist there. So, Patrick, this is calling from New Scotland Yard, just say
disgusting.
Plain clothes, okay? I'm recording everything. So I'm going to be placing you under arrest, okay? And I'm going to read out the reason for that. The time now is 7:10 in the morning. It's the 2nd of September. So, Patrick, you are under arrest on suspicion of committing the offence of Section 12, subsection 3 of the Terrorism Act 2000. You are alleged to have addressed an online Zoom meeting between the 10th of July 2025
this is not a win here.
and 21st of August 2025.
This is not a win.
Furthering the activities of the prescribed organisation Palestine Action. You do not have to say anything that may harm your defence. Do not mention the question.
Yeah, back. At least they're polite.
You say may be given evidence. So the arrest is necessary to prevent loss of evidence, prevent collusion with co-suspects, and to allow the searches under the Police
very
and Weapons Act and to facilitate.
It's absolutely ridiculous. Terrorism.
Okay. So that's the reasons for your arrest today. We will be taking you to a police station, as I just mentioned. So if everyone's happy, we'll take Patrick out.
So in the U.S., they're going to start. They'll one up this situation, and they'll use this excuse to scour the whole house for any kind of like, you know, drugs or anything. They'll start planting shit if they can't find it. It doesn't stop here. It really does not stop here at all. And this is really what Keir wants. You're just doing Nigel's job for him. You know, are you getting paid by Nigel?
Right, Patrick, if you just follow my colleague, I'll stand behind you.
Some kind of quid pro
We'll see you
quo
later.
here.
Cheers.
As you heard there a moment ago, Paddy was arrested for allegedly speaking at Zoom meetings for the purpose of encouraging support for and furthering the activities of Palestine Action. The Zoom calls in question were public and intended to provide legal briefings for those who signed up to take part in actions to protest the prescription of Palestine Action. Palestine Action is, of the 10th of July this year, prescribed as a terrorist organisation under UK law. It is the first non-violent direct action group to be prescribed in that way. And being a member of or encouraging support for the group.
And, you know, you were there during this debate when you know, Bush was implementing all these emergency, you know, policies, enshrining terrorism into law as something that needed to be combated. And we were like, this is the slippery slope that we're all talking about. All they need to do is just say, look, there's a terrorist. You know, and boom, your citizen, your everything that protects you, the law, you know, your citizenship stripped. And there you are. You're just you're like a villain from a Charles Bronson movie, you know, pure evil.
Is now an offence punishable by up to 14 years in prison. Also arrested in this morning's dawn raids was former government lawyer Tim Crossland, who co-founded Defend Our Juries.
It was disgusting.
No one has so far been arrested for taking part in or joining Zoom calls, only the hosts of the Zoom calls. Right. Amnesty International has called the arrests a, quote,
which makes sense, you know, if that's, you know, if your goal is to destroy, then yep, that's what you're going to do.
Attempt to muzzle free speech. And Amnesty Campaign's director, Kerry Moscow-Guoyu, said this in a statement earlier today. Criminalising speech or protest is only permitted when it incites violence, hatred or discrimination. To be clear, expressing support for Palestine action does not meet this threshold. In fact, arresting and prosecuting people in this context is a violation of the UK's obligations under human rights law. Amnesty calls for the immediate and unconditional release of these people and yet again implores the government to redirect its energy from criminalising peaceful demonstrators to focusing on taking immediate and unequivocal action to put a stop to Israel's genocide and ending any risk of UK complicity in it.
Yeah.
Despite the raids, Defend Our Juries will be going ahead with its action as planned on Saturday. At least 1,000 people have signed the pledge to hold signs in Parliament Square that read, quote, I oppose genocide, I support Palestine action. And risk arrest under UK terror law. Earlier today, I caught up with Angie Zelter. She's a peace activist and Nobel Peace Prize nominee with decades of experience and over 100 arrests to her name in countries across the world, not just here in the UK. I began by asking Angie about her two most recent arrests.
The first was the most interesting because I was interrogated by the counter-terrorism police in Brixton's police station. And I usually self-represent, I didn't have a lawyer present. And I basically said to him, aren't you feeling really uncomfortable because you're not doing your real job? We are obviously not terrorists and you're wasting your time and you know we're not terrorists. So why aren't you complaining about it? And he looked very, very ashamed in a way, and he carried on with his questions about, where did you get the idea? Who told you to do it? Did you sign your own placard and all that kind of thing?
Yep, shouldn't have painted those planes red. This is what you get. Bend over.
To which I didn't answer very many questions, but I was just saying to him, you should be dealing with the real terrorists, not stopping peaceful.
You are the real terrorists. Anyway. We don't have time for the whole interview. Navarro Media, absolutely killing it. Thank you so much. Make sure you're liking and subscribing to that Navarro Media, folks. You cannot go wrong. They're in my, I don't need to subscribe. They're in my damn, boo, I'm a hypocrite. You have to do it. I don't. I'm special. Yeah, I'm special. Special boy. We're moving over to Ukraine, folks. Yeah, it's Ukraine time. It's Ukraine time. Hope I don't get banned like last time. Yeah, it's Ukraine time. I hope I don't get banned like last time. I thought we would start with a little Dennis. We haven't done Dennis in a minute. Your boy Dennis, once again, holding it down, staying true to his country. He's in it to win it. He's covering this, whether the views go up or down. President drone bombs American citizens for supporting terrorists. Oh, he does know best. Daddy knows best. He knows best, just like George Bush, just like Obama, just like Biden. Biden was a daddy who knew best for sure. But no, so it's not what's happening in Ukraine right now. It's not like good news, but it could be far worse. Okay, we could be talking about Russia casually and easily stomping over the Ukrainian military, taking hundreds of kilometers a day. Any moment they'll be marching on Kyiv. We could be talking about that. We are not talking about that. Russia has barely been able to secure any kind of actual frontline gains. Have they technically moved forward? Yes. But that's like saying the pile of bodies that's slowly lurching forward as more bodies are added to it is gaining ground. Okay? They have gained kilometers. Barely. They still haven't technically secured Pokrovsk, unless I'm mistaken, unless that happened recently. They've dumped resources into these locations like crazy in an attempt to overwhelm the Ukrainian military and have failed. This offensive hasn't really produced big results. And here's the real kicker. If this is how Russia is going to be winning the war, it would take them decades and more money than what exists on planet Earth to achieve their military goals right now. With that said, technically, if I was to define the current status of this conflict, I would say stalemate. Who has technically more resources? Russia. Things are looking shaky, though. Is China and India going to come to the rescue when the economy goes flippy-floppy? Is Putin going to be able to keep pretending like their economy isn't going flippy-floppy? Is Putin going to be able to then convince his people to continue to produce for this war that provides nothing for them? I don't know, man. Nobody fucking knows. Top eggheads in college, military analysts, they couldn't really tell you with definitive confidence where this is going to go. But I do know one thing. The hardest, most badass killing motherfuckers on planet Earth right now is the Ukrainian military, without a doubt. Nobody does it better. Nobody is more efficient. Nobody is more deadly on the battlefield right now, 2025. Had to double check. Nobody is doing it like the Ukrainian military. Nobody. So let's watch a little Dennis. Let's see what's going down.
Hello, my friends.
We're not going to do the whole 19 minutes.
Finally, I have the confirmation of what was kaboomed yesterday in Gvardiisk.
Yeah, woke patriot. That could totally happen.
Military airfield. Russia lost several of the helicopters. So here we have the evidence, the pictures on the right dated from August 22nd, and this is August 30th. There was attack helicopter Mi-24, which is gone. You may see it on this image, as well as Mi-8. Mi-8 here, Mi-8 here. Total different picture. Also, there is the question about those couple of the helicopters and this one too, because then the drone hits the ground, the apron in this case, there is the shrapnel which flies with a very high speed.
Yeah, basically he's saying even though it didn't burn into a crisp, it could very well have done the kind of damage that requires a full, like it's out of commission until you have to repair major damage.
Hitting everything around, including those helicopters. They are made out of aluminium or alloy, easily penetrated material, so they might be also no-go in this case. For example, this year there was the strike on the Russian helicopters in the Kursk region. Shells landed very close to helicopters, but nevertheless they were shrapnelled, absolutely shattered and no-go. Here you can see the canopy of the helicopter. Just imagine how many particles penetrated it. Yeah, the canopy itself is armed.
Look, we cannot be giving peace prizes to anybody who's conducting a war. Zelensky has a right to be conducting this war, but I mean, it's literally Orwellian to be giving somebody who's defending themselves or on the offensive side, right? Whatever it is, a peace prize. Okay.
But the rest of the helicopter, no. In this case, it was the Hammer shell, but drones also may carry those small particles. I see that Ukraine is more and more focused on Crimea. For example, today we had those images coming from Crimea. It means that the Russian air defense systems were in operation. I guess it's S-300 or S-400 with big missiles. Kabooms were heard in Sevastopol and Simferopol. I am waiting for more confirmation. Maybe Ukraine hit something there. And today this video is published showing Flamingo missiles in action. So 1, 2, 3 of the launchers with Flamingo, and they're launching missiles somewhere. I guess it's the Black Sea.
So this is new missile technology that Ukraine has been using. Flamingo.
So maybe they're flying towards Crimea after all. This missile could be very effective if not penetrated by the Russian air defense, of course. For this, Ukraine needs to manufacture lots of those missiles.
Yeah, the Nobel Peace Prize is a complete fucking joke. No doubt about it. It's as pointless as the American, Medal of Freedom or whatever.
It's kind of loud, as locals report, around Belbek airfield. This is the main airfield for fighter jets in Crimea, I would say. That's the Russian base for Sukhoi 27, Sukhoi 35 fighter jets, and not only. Well, I hope we'll get more satellite images coming from the place. For now, we have the report with satellite image confirmation. Yeah, this image is not good, so I will wait for more detailed picture, but there was the strike on this facility. This is the FSB facility in Armyansk, Crimea. Strike was conducted by a Neptune missile, which was not intercepted. This is the place for helicopters, I guess. Well, officials say that it is the Russian FSB facility. This is the most recent satellite image, but I'll wait for more. And here is again the operation of Primary unit. They use lots of the drones to hit Russian raiders and air defense capabilities in Crimea. Well, not only in Crimea, but mostly in Crimea. You can see kind of the big antennas there.
Whoa. Did anyone get fucked up by the editing there? The editing totally fucked with me there.
Hit Russian raiders and air...
Like, the editing kind of made it seem like it blasted through, like some kind of laser beam or something.
Defense capabilities in Crimea. Well, not only in Crimea, but mostly in Crimea.
Yeah, dude,
you can see kind of the big antennas there. So everything has been hit. This is not the air defense antenna, but the big one, which was... But it still was the Russian surveillance. Small antennas, big antennas, everything is being hit. And also surveillance helped at first to identify, yeah, this is clearly some sort of the Russian S-300 or S-400 system, which was kaputted. Very nice. Primary is the best Ukrainian unit if we speak about sabotage.
I mean, look, I don't mean to bring race into this, but let's admit it. Barack Obama won the Nobel Peace Prize because he was the first black president. Right, and it really was just kind of that, like, surface level.
Drone operations far away from Ukrainian border. Yeah, Ukraine continued to hit Russian oil facilities. For example, yesterday there was the strike again.
Wouldn't it be a better use of military resources to blow up schoolyard, school playground? I don't know, maybe maternity ward. That'd be a better use of military resources, if you ask me.
Krasnodar refinery, which was already on fire for a couple of days, but Ukraine decided to finish it off completely. Altogether, since the beginning of the war, Ukraine conducted around 100 strikes on Russian oil refineries in particular, eliminating roughly 21% of the Russian refinery capabilities. You may see that refineries in the European part of Russia mostly were hit, and still Ukraine is in lack of the long-range capabilities to hit the Russian refineries far away from Ukraine. However, it's just temporary because with the help of the Flamingo missile, for example, with the range, as they say, 3,000 kilometers, the refineries in the central part of Russia could be reached. So potentially in the future, Russians will have to rely on refineries far away in the east, or Russians might...
Hey, look, he found a good in-between, okay? He found he's got like a slick, like, it's like he's got a skin. He's got his American skin. He kind of looks like, it looks like a little fucking like... I don't know. I don't want to say mafia, but you know what I mean. It looks a little his like pseudo suit he did for Donald Trump there. It was looking good. I'll say that.
With their allies in Belarus. Belarus has a big refinery, so Russians may send oil there and receive fuel. Maybe such an agreement is also reachable with Kazakhstan, like so Ukraine is unable to eliminate Russian refinery capabilities completely, but still what Ukraine does is the huge hit on the Russian economy, Russian military, because Russia...
Right. We've heard it before. Look, and I don't mean to insult Dennis or the Ukrainian efforts, right? But it's like it's like Jason, you know, it's like Freddy fucking Cougar over here with Russia. Oh, they're running out of missiles. They said that like a year and a half ago. Oh, man, look at this shit. They're running out of missiles, dog. No. They always got more. Oh, the troops are, they're running out of troops. They have to go dip into North Korea. Nope, they got more. They did a recruitment round, and now they got more. Oh, they're running out of prisoners. Nope, they found more. They just arrest more people and make more soldiers. You know, and no one really cares. You know, no one's really giving a shit in Russia. Oh yeah, I know people. Whoa, the sanctions are kicking in. Yeah, they're kicking in, but no one cares. They just go to the fake McDonald's now, and no one gives a shit. So I don't mean to denigrate, but I want to see something concrete happen. You know, I'm done like hoping on a dream here. But according to United 24, which is definitely biased, but this is their headline, Russia's 2025 summer offensive ends in heavy losses, no victories, Ukraine says. So this is, the Ukrainian government, grain of salt. But they're basically saying, yeah, I mean, they dumped in an unbelievable amount of resources and barely got 100 kilometers in some cases. Since the beginning of 2025, since the beginning of this year, Russia has lost nearly 200,000 troops. Killed, not injured, not casualties, killed. Over 200,000 human beings. 210,000. I can say it. I'm not stupid. I'm stupid. And wounded in battle. Oh, no, so these are casualties. God damn it. Maybe you should fucking read the article, jackass. These are casualties, not just deaths. Battles across Luhansk, Donetsk, and Kharkiv regions, along with thousands of units of military equipment. Reported destroyed and damaged assets include more than 2,000 armored vehicles, over 1,000 tanks, more than 7,000 artillery systems, and 157 multiple rocket launchers. MLRS, I assume, is what they're talking about. Similar systems. We're not talking about guys with rocket launchers. We're talking about vehicles. These are all very expensive pieces of machinery, right? They have to spend a lot of money to replace them, if they can replace them at all. But they always have more. I don't know, man. They always got more. You know, they're pulling up in donkey carts, but then, you know, they just got more shit. I don't know. The General Staff underlined that Russia's claims about territorial control and quote-unquote security zones in Sumy and Kharkiv regions are overstated and intended to mask setbacks. Remember, this is the opinion of the Ukrainian government, but they have no reason. Well, they do have reasons to lie, but they've historically been much more honest in their battlefield assessments than Russia. So, you know, they likely have evidence to back this up, is what I'm saying. It's not just totally baseless. That 1,200 tanks represents the bulk of the modern equipment Russia had left. Yeah, okay. Using up a lot of their old... It's all gone. It should be gone by now, but they just got more fucking warehouses. I don't know. They talked to Nicolas Cage from that movie, Art of War or whatever. What the fuck was it called? Where he was the arms dealer? The fucking movie rules. The final report of General Valery Gerasimov is an example of inflated claims and misrepresentation. Ukrainian defense forces continue to hold at the front, inflict losses on the occupiers, and demonstrate that Russia's spring-summer offensive of 2025 has not achieved its objectives, the General Staff stated. I think this is objective reality. This is not them. I think they're not, making, including in the statement, the incredible amount of loss that the Ukrainian army has endured. They're having a massive recruitment challenge, Ukraine. Obviously, the support from Donald Trump is touch and go. Dogs of War, it was okay. I think it was like, it tried to be funny. I don't know. It was okay. It was entertaining. I'll say that. Off-World Colonists. It was entertaining. The sequence where they take the ammo out of metal boxes and put them into cardboard boxes was especially good. I think that was a good sequence. It was really well done. Anyway, we've heard it before. Yeah. So we've heard it before. We'll see. It's objectively true that Russia has barely made any gains and dumped a ton of resources into doing basically jack squat. But they got, they're doing another recruitment drive. They're setting up, I don't know what kind of arms deals that they're getting with India and China, if they've, because they had that meeting recently, right? This was a heartbreaking, not heartbreaking, but touching, heartwarming story here. Ukrainian women, soldiers fighting on the front lines, coming home, and I don't know. It's just, your mom's a war hero, and here she is casually bringing in some presents, coming in to visit out the front lines. How do you return to the front lines? You know what I mean? You have to be, as a mother, as a woman, leaving your kids, leaving your home, and coming back to the front lines after this visit. You have to believe in what you're doing. A paycheck just wouldn't be enough for a mother, for most mothers to do this. Maybe fathers, let's be real, right? Historically, that's kind of the case. You know, but mothers joining the front line, this is way more than a paycheck. Yeah, conscripting, yeah. Yeah, links. Welcome back, by the way. Colonists as well. It's beautiful stuff. Oh, there she is at her wedding, I think. Yeah, exactly. Strategy. Yeah, they're doing it for their kids.
У мене чоловік колишній, він теж військовий, його вся родина військові, і всі мене підтримали йти в армію.
It's really quite quiet.
Дитиною сидіти, бо ротація це мінімум 8-10 місяців.
Sumi, that's a hot region. Absolutely, that's one of the hotter regions. Stepped on a fucking mine. Lost her foot. Wow. So she's a hero. You know, she won't be returning to the front line. She made, you know, could have died. Truly made the ultimate sacrifice, and, you know, life goes on over here. Goddamn. Strength. And without getting graphic, we can all acknowledge the frightening reality of being a woman on the front lines and getting captured by Russian troops. It adds a whole. I mean, it's not like, you know, that can't happen to you if you're a guy, but it's, you know, you're probably more worried about the pain than you are about any kind of sexual assault. But being a woman on the front lines, it's got to add an extra layer of true stone cold fear if you get caught, you know. Okay, the music. All right. You know, out of respect for these heroes, we're going to watch the rest of it. I mean, let's be real, though. This is, you know, Ukrainian propaganda, but I'm openly showing it because I believe in this war. I believe in defending Ukrainian integrity, sovereignty. Oh, look at that. She's out there singing. Wow. Amazing stuff. Really amazing stuff. Just a few stories from the human beings on the front lines defending Ukraine, literally defending Ukraine from being erased. You know, it's a strange thing, but one of the number one priorities of the Russian government when they control a region is they start tearing down all the signs and putting up all the signs in the Russian language. You know, you got all this shit going on, but you have time and money to be spending on, you know, painting new signs and hiring people to put them up. You know, immediately starting with the erasure, immediately starting with the eradication of Ukrainian identity the second that they get control over territories. If they haven't completely obliterated them, of course. So for these folks out there, it's existential. And, you know, for a lot of folks, that's kind of hard to, like, even consider. Like, you know, you're a citizen of your country, you're a citizen of your state. If you're in the, you know, the United States, it's nearly impossible to fathom, you know, Russia or China rolling into Utah and taking that shit over. And all of a sudden, now you got to teach your kid a different curriculum according to what Putin wants. And you got no choice. You bitched about it on social media, and you got a knock on the door. You got fired from your job because the government said you were a dissident. It's kind of hard for a lot of folks to, like, really, truly empathize with what's happening to Ukrainians. Losing your sovereignty. Being conquered by another government. Like, oh, well, they speak a similar language. Same thing, same thing. It's not the fucking same. Ask your local Ukrainian if it's the same, right? Being ruled under their current government or being ruled by the Russian government. Ask them if it's the same. I'm sure you get some folks in Crimea and other pro-Russian areas that are like, oh, it's better, it's better. But a grand majority of Ukrainians would say, absolutely not. There's a big difference. So this is great. Donald Trump does his usual, oh, you're fake news. What news station are you from? And the guy, it's like he doesn't even know who this guy's from. It's some Polish news station, so he's not sure if it's woke or not. But whatever. It's just he tries his usual shtick on European media. Doesn't really go anywhere. But he tries. He's a trier.
You've expressed many times your frustration and disappointment with Putin, but there's no action since you took your office.
How do you know there's no? How do you know there's no action?
How do you know?
Really? Wait. Who are you with? Who are you with?
Can I add you to the list?
Okay. How do you know there's no action? Would you say that putting secondary sanctions on India, the largest purchaser outside of China, they're almost equal?
So ironically, his rebuttal. This is actually a good rebuttal, and Joe Biden would never actually be able to do this. So ironically, it's funny because of his. He's not doing what he's doing to India because he loves Ukraine. This is like his own personal thing that he's doing, and that's why he's sanctioning India. But it just so happens to be the right move. It's actually what Joe Biden should have been doing from day one of his presidency. He should be talking about punishment, ramifications for India's naked support of Russia, letting them, buying as much crude oil as they possibly can from Russia, supporting Russia's economy while, America is trying to sanction Russia's economy. Camel Tony. They say all kinds of shit. They talk about dropping nukes and stuff. They drop hints about nuclear weapons and right. But I don't know if have they said that recently? I don't think so. I don't know. Car horns in India are amazingly annoying.
Would you say there was no action? That cost hundreds of billions of dollars to Russia.
That's actually
fair. You call that no action? And I haven't done phase 2 yet or phase 3. But when you say there's no action, I think...
So that's what's actually kind of interesting here, is that Donald Trump has been hinting that he's not happy with China, he's not happy with India, he's not happy with Russia. Obviously, why? Because they're spitting in his face, not inviting him to their little get-together, right? World dictator get-together. They don't invite Trump. I didn't hear about it, never heard about it. I'm not insulted at all. I'm not a little bitch. He's absolutely insulted. He's absolutely triggered. And he's been hinting at a plan, phase 2. We haven't even done phase 2 or phase 3. So he's hinting at punishing Russia. We'll see.
You ought to get yourself a new job, because if you remember 2 weeks ago I said, if India buys, India's got big problems, and that's what happened. So don't tell me about that.
And funny enough, that's exactly what Joe Biden should have been doing. Broken clock, guys. Broken clock with Donald Trump. So this is what I was talking about. A little bit more detail on this. Donald Trump teases deploying more U.S. troops to Russia's doorstep. I think he's talking about Poland. Here's a little bit of that summit we're talking about. Dramatic music. So inspiring. These dictators. I have a clip I want to show you of these guys apparently talking about harvesting human organs. I shit you not. So inspiring. Life goals. Life goals, guys. Achieving them. Using your immense political power to bend the will of mankind.
We believe.
Absolute baller motherfucker Zelensky over here. The four chords. Welcome back, German Cow. Good to see you. But true ultimate badass Zelensky on rejecting territory swap. We will not give anything to Putin. You fucking right, boys. You absolutely fucking right. That's the proper response. And look, the battlefield, if Russia slips up on the war of attrition, if like Russia for some reason cannot get boots on the ground, get armor, get artillery in place, they are going to lose territory rapidly. These guys, like the Ukrainian military, is like they're holding them back. Russia has just enough to hold back or like cause Ukraine to on the back foot just a little bit. But if there's a hiccup in any of this, in the supply chain, human resources or just resources in general, Ukraine will absolutely start reclaiming territory, pushing Russia back to its border. So this is not just talking big from somebody who's like getting their ass kicked. This is a guy speaking with confidence that if we continue with this momentum, the defeat of Russia is inevitable. Oh no, Camel Tony, no good. This is training footage. And, we hear about, these specialists who carry these specific kind of weapons. This is a saw, I believe. Clearing buildings, right? And we never actually get to see what the hell's going on. Sometimes we do, of course. A lot of footage on our combat footage you see of Ukraine kicking some ass. But I actually haven't seen this technique used. According to the comments, this is actually training. He's not doing it perfectly. He actually doesn't sweep completely, right? This guy's training. It's maybe his first or second time doing this. I'm not sure. But this is what it looks like to clear some of these rooms, right? When you absolutely 100% need to kill every single fucking living thing in this room, this is how the professionals do it. You're not dodging this shit, okay? This isn't a Marvel movie. This isn't John Wick. You're not diving behind a wooden table dodging this, okay? You're fucked. Right, so that wasn't perfect. Apparently he leaves a bit of a dead zone right here. Like this whole corner doesn't really get touched. And that's really probably one of the corners you're going to want to be in. But exposes himself as little as humanly possible and just absolutely saturates. Absolutely saturates. Camel Tony, while the IDF does do this to civilians in Gaza, I don't think this person is an IDF trainee, but I'm not really sure. I just want he could very well be. I don't know what ethnicity, what army. I don't know any of that. I just wanted to show you an example of what clearing a room actually looks like. Ukraine is doing this every single day. They use the drones to scare the Russians into buildings. And then, sometimes they're not able to convince the Russians to get out of the buildings under their own free will. And this is what they have to do to clear some of these rooms. Okay. It's like, it's you or them. They're in there. They're not giving up. You've given them the option to give up. They're not giving up. It's you or them. This is how you take care of business. Sure, German cow. But I mean, I'd rather have it than not. Of course, the grenades, obviously you're probably going to have, you're going to, use grenades as much as you can, but you can't carry an infinite amount of grenades. So, last little bit here, 1 minute, just covering yet another extremely expensive piece of valuable equipment up in smoke. This does, these kind of things do happen to Ukraine, but, Ukraine is much more successful at utilizing their expensive equipment, their valuable equipment, and not getting it blown up immediately. Russia, I mean, it's crazy. It's actually insane the amount of money Russia is leaving on the battlefield here. All their good shit, all the advanced radars, tracking systems, missile delivery systems, they're all getting smoked. Absolutely smoked. But it's like they always have more. I don't know what to say. You know, I'm done pretending like it's just right around the corner, you know. It's like they got a time machine or something. They just pull this shit out of the past. That's why everybody has to die, because it's a bunch of time paradoxes that are closing. Jesus, so look at that. I'm hesitant to call it beautiful, but it's pretty fucking spectacular. I'll say that. But there it is, another incredibly expensive whatever the fuck. Obliterated. Get the radar vehicle, that's the one that costs the most. Yeah, the radar stuff is the most expensive. They took out those AWACS recently, a couple, like last month. After he wasted all that ammo, he left the gun and all the gear in the middle of the East. Camel Tony. America did their best in the Middle East. Gosh shucks. No, I mean, the U.S. military didn't technically get its ass kicked by the Taliban. I mean, you know, it's like Vietnam. We won every battle. We won every battle. All right, here's the deal. I have juicy sections on ICE in the USA, but I've been streaming for 5 hours, and I need to relieve my wife, who deserves a break. She's been watching the kid the whole day, so I'm gonna have to do this special stream tomorrow. We're gonna have to do a special stream tomorrow. Hopefully, maybe. Unless I'm doing something, and then it might have to be Monday. But either way, we're going to take the ICE sections and the U.S. section, covering all of that juicy U.S. Trump fascism news, and trust me, I have a lot. We're going to do that either tomorrow or Monday. We'll see. We'll see what's going on. Sundays I reserve for family time, and if we don't do anything, then maybe I can do a special stream, because I love you guys so much. And I do. I love and respect the chat. Regulators, true OGs, best chat on Twitch. You know, round of applause. Round of applause. Best chat on Twitch. Yeah. You know. Exactly, Smash. Got to do it. I feel bad because, like, if I were to do the ICE section, that's another hour and a half, and if I were to do the US section, that's another 2 to 3 hours, and that'll be like breaking into like 7-8 o'clock right now because it's 5 o'clock my time. Realist motherfucker on Twitch. I take that shit seriously though. Okay, and that's why I think you guys in the chat are so essential, right? Because you guys, you're not worshiping me. You're holding me in check. A lot of you guys are checking sort. You're like, oh, you know, I looked that up. They're actually technically wrong. And I always appreciate that. I do, because I want to make sure I'm being technically correct about things. I'm not very academic. So big props to B-Ree. Big props, of course, to Smash. Hear the entire stream, by the way. Smash, #1 in the chat. Hear the entire stream. That's impressive. So big extra special props. Props of the day to Smash. Take care of yourself out there, Smash. German Cow. Thank you so much, German Cow. Camel Tony, you're hilarious. I like you. Like and subscribe, Camel Tony. Give me the follow, baby. Click follow on that biatch. I don't get the follow updates or anything. If you click follow, I don't even get it. Don't forget me. I would never forget you, strategy member. OG, contributing big time in the Discord. Thank you, strategy member. Hey, thank you, Camel Tony, for that follow. I do appreciate it. Big props. My follow count has been going down, so I appreciate it. It has been. I don't really watch it though. I don't really trust it. I don't really care. What are like 1,500 people showing up for the stream? No, they are not. So I don't even know what that number means. Oh, no. You're tubing. Big props to you. I really push buttons. Wow. That was pretty funny. Sometimes I say silly things. Thank you, YouTubing. I appreciate it. Ribbons. Big props to Ribbons. Yeah, from all the bots. Yeah, whatever. Exactly. Probably, you know, sometimes right-wingers will follow, you know, and then they get banned, you know, and then it gets reduced. Yeah, I know strategy. Well, they'll never give up, and I'll never stop fucking shitting on them. Never. Big props to Off-World Colonists. Big props to Lynx. LOL Lynx. Big props to your boy Lenny. Hashtag more Lenny in this mochucka. Big props to your boy Lenny. Thank you. Lenny. Hashtag more Lenny. Big props to Woke Patriot. Thank you, Woke Patriot. Number 2 in the chat, by the way. Number 2 in the chat. Woke Patriot. Here the entire stream, basically. Coming in strong, coming in hot. Coming out smooth. I don't know how the rest of the song goes, sorry. Like Ghetto Boys, I think. Grin Fleems. Big props, Grin Fleems. Pack the Man. Big props, Pack the Man. Thank you for my chorus money, Pac-Man. Appreciate it. Eric the Red. Big props, Eric the Red. Blase. Big props to Blase. Good Guy Dari. Thank you, Good Guy Dari. Krail of Xanath. Big props for all you folks. Extra special props to Davey, who stuck around. Mostly, I assume. I don't really look at views. But, all right. He's very annoying, isn't he? Davey. But there's some value to having Davey around. But that comment about I don't want a foreigner to be my president just is absolutely beyond the pale, disgusting, racist, and bigoted. And I will always respond that way to that kind of nonsense, especially in my chat. I will always respond to that. Big props to Hexually Active. Coolest name on Twitch. Coolest name on Twitch award. Hexually Active. Big props to Eldon Lore Hoarder. Thank you, Eldon Lore Hoarder. Big props to you for tuning in. Had to tell, it just had to happen. Smash. Just had to happen. Yeah, no, I mean, look, no, even if you're from Russia, I don't care where you're from. I don't care where you're from. Right? Are you a patriot? Have you proven to be a capable governor? That's what I care about. And that's the ironic thing is that they claim it's a weakness, this multiculturalism, this acceptance of immigrants. They claim it's a weakness, and it's one of our greatest strengths, America. Because we see what ethno-states look like. We see what these isolated tribal states look like, these countries like Iraq, like Syria, split into factions and fighting against each other, not working together. Multiculturalism is one of America's greatest strengths. It's one of the reasons why we're so powerful. People come here from all over the world, culture, color, for one thing, the American fucking dream, dude. That's power. That's power. And these goddamn racists, they just want to flush it. Oh, we're more pure, more purity, more purity. Some of the most rancid, toxic-looking motherfuckers talking about purity. We know it's bullshit. We know it's bullshit. Oh, the great replacement. Oh, Tucker Carlsons of the world are going to get replaced. Fucking good. Peace in that motherfucking Middle East. Glory to the Ukrainian democracy. Let's not forget why we're here. Non-violent, direct political action. That's how we fix things. Step 1, we inform ourselves. Step 2, we sign up or show up. Whatever it is, Google that shit. You're not stupid. Step 3, put in the work like the fascist Charlie Kirk. Work as hard as the fascists work to destroy the country. Work to rebuild. or languish in mediocrity. History is filled with moments that define generations, and history does not forget. We are in that moment now, and our generation still has an opportunity to make the right decision for human rights, for democracy, for liberty, for constitutional government, for God's sakes. We can choose to take that torch, or we can choose to languish in mediocrity and live under fascist dictatorship. Choice is yours. Get your ass out there. Big props to Promethean Rebellion. Free Palestine. Free Palestine, motherfuckers.